chosen one. Before you do anything else with this Sunday, the very Sunday you are now living inside of, I need you to receive what I am about to say without rushing past it. This is not a date on a calendar. It is a doorway, and the version of you that has been quietly forming underneath the noise of your life, the one your closest people have not been able to name yet, but have started to sense, is finally permitted to step through it. Today, this was scheduled not by you. The strangeness of the last few weeks, the way certain old conversations no longer fit your mouth, the way you keep grieving things you have not lost yet, the way your prayers have changed shape without your permission, none of it has been malfunction. It has been formation. And the heaviness you woke up with this morning is the heaviness of arrival, not the heaviness of failure. By the time we finish this message, you will know what is being released, what is being received, what is being stripped away, and what must happen before this Sunday ends, so that when you go to sleep tonight, your life will already be split into before and after. Stay with me. I want you to take a breath before I go any further. Just one. Notice that you are still here. Notice that out of every possible thing you could be doing on this Sunday morning, this is what you chose. Or, and this is closer to the truth, this is what was chosen for you, and you simply followed the pull. Because that is what has been happening to you all week. You have been following pulls you did not understand. You have been opening doors you did not remember asking to open. You have been saying yes to small invitations that made no logical sense, and they kept leading you here, to this message, on this Sunday, at this exact hour. That is not a string of coincidences. That is the hand of God, arranging the conditions for what He has been waiting to release in your life. I know you have been moving through the last few weeks with a quiet question underneath everything you have been doing. The question is not loud. It is not the kind of question you would put into words, even if someone asked you what was on your mind. It is the kind of question that lives just below the surface of your awareness, the kind that surfaces when you are alone in the car, or when you are washing the dishes, or when you are lying in bed at the very end of the day. The question is some version of, what is happening to me? Some of you have phrased it slightly differently. Some of you have asked yourself, am I breaking? Some of you have asked, am I dying inside? And is this how dying feels? Some of you have asked, am I going to come out of this still recognizable to the people who love me? None of you have answered yourselves, because the answers you have been giving yourselves do not fit the texture of what is actually happening. So, you have stopped asking out loud. You have just kept moving. And the moving has gotten heavier the closer you got to today. I want to be very gentle here, because I know what I am asking of you in this hour is not small. I am asking you to stay still and listen to a stranger explain your inner life to you. That is not something most people can tolerate, especially not on a Sunday morning when there are 100 other things demanding your attention. The fact that you are still here means something. It means there is a part of you that already knows, not the loud part of you, the quiet part, the part underneath, the part that explains things. That part of you is the part that recognized the title of this message before your eyes even finished reading it. That part of you is the part that paused your hand from scrolling, the part that opened the link, the part that said, stay, even though the louder voice was telling you to come back later. That part is correct. That part has been correct all year. And I want to spend the next several hours validating everything that part of you has been telling you, so that the louder voice has nothing left to argue against. I know what you have been wondering. You have been wondering if you are imagining things. You have been wondering if the strange weight you have carried this week is depression coming back, or burnout finally catching you, or something deeper, unraveling, that you do not yet have words for. Some of you have not told a single person what you have been feeling, because every time you tried to explain it, the words came out wrong. You said it sounded crazy. You said you were probably just tired. You said you would feel better next week. But none of those were true. What you have been feeling is not depression. It is not burnout. It is not unraveling. It is the weight of something arriving and the weight of something else leaving at the same time. Two seasons passing each other in the doorway of your life, and the doorway is today. I am going to walk you through 3 things in the next few hours, and I need you to hear each one before you decide whether to stay. First, I am going to show you exactly what is shifting in your life right now, and why your body, your mind, and your spirit have all been responding the way they have been. You are going to recognize yourself in what I describe. There will be moments where you stop and rewind because you cannot believe how specific the recognition is. There will be moments where you say out loud, "No one knows that. How is this person describing my exact week?" The reason it is going to feel that specific is that the pattern you are inside of is not unique to you. It is the pattern of every chosen one who has ever crossed a threshold like this one, the same pattern, the same texture, the same set of signs. It is the same in Scripture as it is in your life. And once you can see the pattern, you stop being afraid of it. Second, I am going to give you the actual mechanism, not the metaphor. The mechanism of what happens when a chosen one crosses this kind of threshold. There is a reason this is happening today, and not on a random Tuesday 3 months ago. There is science behind it. There is Scripture behind it. There is a pattern that runs through every single person God has ever called into a new identity, and you are inside that pattern right now. I want you to walk away from this message understanding the mechanism, because once you understand it, you will never again confuse formation with failure. You will never again think the wilderness was a punishment. You will know what was happening to you all those years, and you will know why it had to happen the way it happened. The mechanism is going to involve a researcher whose work I am going to introduce you to later, but for now, just trust that the science is real. The science is not separate from the Spirit. The science is one of the languages the Spirit speaks. Third, before this message ends, I am going to declare something over your life that I believe you will remember on the days when this Sunday feels like a long time ago. It will not be a regular prayer. It will be a commissioning. And what is commissioned today is permitted to operate from this Sunday forward. There is a difference between a prayer and a commissioning. Ask. A prayer asks. A commissioning sends. What I am going to do at the end of this message is not ask God to bless you. It is to declare what He has already declared, in a voice that you will be able to hear, even when no one else is around to repeat it. Some of you will play that closing back many times this week. That is fine. That is what it is there for. The closing is going to be your anchor for the next several days, and I want it to land on you the way it is supposed to land. So, when we get there, do not skip ahead. Sit with it. Let it work. So, if any part of you was about to scroll, I am asking you to stay. Not because I need you to, because what is here is for you. And if you leave before the end, you will feel it. You will know that you walked away from your own becoming and you will spend the rest of the week trying to find your way back. Just stay. The whole thing was set up for this hour. Before I go any further, I want to be transparent with you. Everything I am about to share in this message is free. You do not need anything to receive what God has placed in this hour. But for those whose spirit is already pulling at them, those who know there is more they were meant to do. Today, I have left a few resources in the description and in the pinned comment below. Do not click on any of it until you feel led. Only if today is the day. Now, let me show you where you actually are. Not where you think you are, where you are. I want you to think back to how you woke up this morning. Not the version of waking up that you tell people about. Not the rehearsed version where you say you slept fine and the day is normal. But the real version, the one you would only describe if someone you trusted asked you very gently. There was something different about it. Maybe you woke up earlier than you needed to, and you could not go back to sleep, even though you were tired. Maybe you woke up and the room felt different, even though nothing in the room had moved. Maybe you woke up with a sentence in your mouth that you had not been thinking about before sleep, a phrase that came out of nowhere, and you have not been able to shake it for the last hour. Maybe you woke up and you immediately felt the weight of something you were supposed to do today, but you do not know what it is. So you got out of bed, slowly. You moved through the morning the way you always move, but your hands felt slower than usual. Your thoughts felt heavier. Time felt strange. And here you are, on a Sunday morning that is supposed to be ordinary, listening to a stranger tell you that something inside you is being rearranged. That is not random. That is the morning of a threshold day. Let me explain what I mean by that. There is a specific texture that threshold mornings have, and once you know what to look for, you will recognize it every time it appears in your life. Threshold mornings feel quieter than ordinary mornings, even when there is the same amount of noise in the room. They feel slower, even when the clock is moving the same way. They feel weighted, but the weight is not unpleasant. The weight is the weight of attention. Something is paying attention to you on a threshold morning, and your spirit is paying attention back. And the meeting between those two attentions makes time feel thicker. You have been moving through that thickness all morning. You may have thought you were just tired. You were not just tired. You were inside the field of a meeting that has been arranged for this exact day. Every chosen one in Scripture who crossed into a new identity woke up on that morning differently than they had woken up the day before. Lazarus did not stir gently in his tomb. He woke up to a voice calling his name. The body that had not moved in 4 days moved when the voice arrived, and the voice did not arrive on a random afternoon. It arrived on the morning the friend of God had decided was the day. Saul did not get up from breakfast and casually decide to walk to Damascus. He left at first light because he could not sit still. There was a pull on him that he could not name, and the pull was the thing that put him on the road that would meet him at noon with a light he could not unsee. Esther did not stroll into the king's chamber because the day was beautiful. She got up that morning knowing the weight of what was being asked, and her hands shook as she put on the robes, and she walked through the door anyway, because she knew, somehow she knew, even though no one had told her in a way she could prove, that the day she had been formed for had arrived. Every threshold morning has the same texture, the same heaviness, the same strange, undefinable feeling that today is not like yesterday. And the people who recognized that feeling were the ones who walked into their becoming. The people who dismissed it, who said they were just tired, just overthinking, just imagining, Those people went back to sleep, and the door that was open for them on that day quietly closed by evening. I do not say that to frighten you. I say it because it matters. The recognition is not a poetic flourish. The recognition is the act that opens the door wider. Every time you confirm to yourself that what you are sensing is real, the door responds. Every time you doubt yourself and try to talk yourself out of what you are sensing, the door narrows. So, today is not a passive day. Today is an active day. The door is open. Your job is to keep recognizing what is open. I do not want that to be you today. I will not let that be you today. So let me name some of what you have been feeling, because the moment you can name it, it loses its power to confuse you. The first sign you have been carrying without realizing what it was is the sign of repeating numbers and dates. For the last several weeks, the same numbers have been showing up in places you were not looking for them. You glanced at the clock, and it was 11:11. You looked at a receipt, and the total ended in 777. You opened your phone, and the time was 3:33. Some of you have been seeing the number 26 everywhere, the number of today's date, and you did not know why. You saw it on a license plate that was driving in front of you for 2 miles. You saw it on the page number of a book you had not opened in months. You saw it in the address of a building you walked past on a day you had taken a different route home. Some of you wrote it down because something inside you said, "Pay attention," even though there was no logical reason to write it down. The repetition started before you became aware of it, which means something else was tracking it for you. That is not the brain pattern. That is the spirit pattern. When God is preparing a chosen one for a threshold day, He plants markers in the ordinary fabric of their week, so that when the day arrives, they cannot deny that they were being led. The numbers were the trail. Today is the destination. And if you are someone who has been seeing 26 this month, look at your calendar right now. Look at the date. Look at the number you have been seeing for weeks. The number was not random. The number was the way the unseen layer of your life kept whispering, "This is the day, this is the day, this is the day," until you woke up inside of it. The second sign, and this one some of you have felt very recently, is the sign of changed tolerance. Conversations you used to be able to sit through now drain you within minutes. Rooms you used to belong to now feel hostile, even when nothing about the room has actually changed. Voices that used to comfort you now feel like noise. People who used to be safe now feel like work. You have been wondering if you are becoming antisocial, or bitter, or selfish. You are not. What is happening is that the frequency you operate on is shifting upward, and the environments built for the old frequency cannot hold you anymore. Your nervous system is detecting the mismatch faster than your mind can explain it. The discomfort in those rooms is not your sensitivity malfunctioning. It is your sensitivity working correctly for the first time in years. Some of you have started to dread certain phone calls. Some of you have started to find excuses to leave family gatherings early. Some of you have started to flinch internally when a particular name appears on your screen, and you have felt guilty about that flinch, because the person attached to the name has not done anything new to deserve the flinch. They have not changed. You have. And the change is not a problem. The change is the thing God has been doing in you for months, and the flinch is the way your body is telling you that what is forming inside you cannot continue to absorb what those rooms were giving you. The discomfort is the alarm. The alarm is the kindness. Listen to it. The third sign is in your sleep for the last several nights. And I am going to be specific because you need to hear this. You have been waking up at the same hour, and that hour is not random. Some of you have been waking between 3 and 4 in the morning with a clarity you have not felt during the day. Some of you have been waking with tears already in your eyes, and you do not know what you were dreaming about. Some of you have been waking gently, peacefully, without panic, and the silence at that hour has felt like the most honest moment of your entire week. That is the prayer hour. That is the hour Scripture refers to as the watches of the night, when the heavens are most accessible. Your spirit has been pulling you out of sleep so it can meet with what is being prepared for you. You have been having conversations in those middle-of-the-night hours that you do not remember consciously, but your spirit remembers, and the residue of those conversations has been with you all day, every day, for the last 2 or 3 weeks. That residue is why the days have felt longer. That residue is why your thoughts have been arriving with more weight than usual. Your spirit has been working overtime in the dark, and the overtime is what has been making the daytime feel heavier. The fact that you are listening to me right now, on this Sunday morning, in the same approximate state of tiredness you have been carrying for weeks, is proof that the conversations being had at 3 in the morning are about to become the visible texture of your life. The night work was the rehearsal. The day work, the becoming, starts today. I need to pause here for one moment because I do not want you to scroll away thinking this is going to be a poetic message you can come back to later. It is not. What I am going to give you in the next 2 and you will use today, and here is what you are going to walk away with. You are going to walk away with the names of the exact shifts that have been happening to you, so you can stop questioning whether they are real. You are going to walk away with the framework. Dr. Robert Lake spent 34 years developing the science behind why the becoming has a measurable, observable, biological reality, not just a spiritual one. You are going to walk away with 3 revelations layered on top of each other that, when you put them together, will explain why today, specifically, and not yesterday, and not next month. You are going to walk away with a mental activation that I will guide you through before this message ends. An activation you will feel even after the message is over. And you are going to walk away with a declaration that is going to be spoken over your life with full authority. The kind of declaration that some chosen ones tell me they remember, word for word, months later. None of this is exaggeration. I do not have to exaggerate. What is being released in this hour is enough on its own. So, stay to the end. Treat this like the threshold it is, because that is exactly what it is. The 4th sign you have been carrying is the sign of vivid dreams that do not feel like ordinary dreams. They feel rehearsed. They feel pre-lived. Some of you have woken up in the last week with the strange certainty that you have already done what is about to happen, and you cannot place when. Some of you have dreamed the same dream 3 different ways, like the same room being shown to you from 3 different angles, and the message of all 3 was the same. Some of you have dreamed about your younger self looking at you, not with disappointment, but with a quiet pride that you did not believe you deserved. And when you woke up, you cried before you even had time to remember why. Those dreams are not subconscious noise. Those are downloads. The unseen layer of your life is preparing you for the visible layer. And dreams are one of the languages it speaks. The proximity of the threshold has been compressing your dreams into more vivid versions of themselves. That is also a marker. The closer you get, the louder the dreams become. Some of you had the loudest dreams of the entire season last night, and you woke up wondering what was happening to you. What was happening to you is that today is today. The dreams were the final preparation. The waking up this morning was the beginning of what they were preparing you for. And if you can remember even a fragment of what you dreamed last night, hold on to it gently. Do not chase it. Just hold it. The fragment is yours. The dream was specific to you, and the part of it you remember is the part the unseen layer wanted you to carry into today. Trust that. The fragment is enough. The fifth sign, and I want you to listen carefully because you may not have named this one yet, is the sign of detachment from old routines. The hobby that used to bring you so much peace has lost its taste. The show you used to watch every week has become unwatchable. The food you used to crave does not call you anymore. The places you used to visit when you needed to feel like yourself now feel hollow. You have been asking yourself if depression is taking those things away from you, but it is not depression. Depression numbs you to everything. What you are experiencing is selective. The things falling away are the things that matched the old identity, the things that still feel alive, the long walks, the silence, the conversations with the one or two people who actually see you, the practices that connect you to the unseen layer. Those things are still alive because they belong to the person you are becoming. So, the loss of taste for some things is not depression, it is sorting. The old self is being unstitched, and the things that belong to the old self are losing their pull. You have been losing them on purpose, even though no one told you that on purpose was the plan. Some of you have felt guilty for not enjoying the things you used to enjoy. Some of you have tried to force yourself back into them, and the forcing has not worked, and the not working has made you feel broken. You are not broken. You are simply finished with what is finished. The finishing is part of the becoming. Mourn what is finished if you need to mourn it. But do not make the mourning mean that something is wrong with you. Nothing is wrong with you. Something is right with you. And the rightness is what is asking the old things to step aside. The sixth sign is one many of you will recognize the moment I describe it. It is a strange combination of fatigue and peace that should not coexist. By every reasonable measure, you should be exhausted. The last few weeks have been heavier than usual. You have been sleeping less, processing more, holding things you could not put down. And yet, at random moments throughout the day, an inexplicable peace has come over you. A peace that does not match your circumstances. A peace that does not make sense for someone carrying what you are carrying. You have been afraid to trust it, because every time peace has come into your life before, it has been followed by something hard. But this peace is different. It is not the peace before a storm. It is the peace after one. It is the peace of someone who has already crossed the river without realizing they were in the water. The fatigue is the body still catching up with what the spirit has already finished doing. The peace is the spirit telling the body that it is okay to set the weight down now. Both are happening at once, and that is why you have been confused. They are both true. They are both signs. You have already made it. Today is the day the body finally finds out. Some of you will notice that the fatigue has been losing its sharpness in the last few days. The tiredness is still there, but it does not have the same weight it had 2 weeks ago. That is also a sign. The body is integrating what has been happening. By the end of this Sunday, the integration is going to feel different in the way you carry your own life. The fatigue is going to begin loosening its grip, because the season that required it is coming to an end with the closing of this day. Now, I need to say something to you very directly, because you are not imagining any of this. You are not making it up to feel special. You are not romanticizing an ordinary week into a spiritual season. The signs are real. The pattern is real. The threshold is real. And the reason you have been afraid to claim what is yours is that you have been hurt before by the gap between what you sensed and what showed up. So, you have learned to sense things quietly. You have learned to receive the hints from God in private and not tell anyone. You have learned to question yourself before anyone else has a chance to question you. That ends today. I am not asking you to announce anything. I am not asking you to convince anyone in your life of what is happening. I am simply asking you to stop questioning yourself. The questioning is the friction that has been making this season heavier than it needed to be. The questioning is what God is asking you to release this morning. You can sense it because it is real. You can feel it because it is happening. You are not imagining your own becoming. You are witnessing it. I want to give you permission for something, because some of you need this permission before you can move forward in this message. You have permission to feel the strangeness of today without explaining it. You do not have to write a journal entry that makes sense of it. You do not have to tell your spouse or your closest friend about it before the day ends. You do not have to post anything. You do not have to call anyone. You can simply let today be what today is, between you and the one who arranged it. Some seasons in your life have to be private to be powerful, and this one of them. The power of today is going to be diluted if you try to share it before it has finished forming. So, protect it. Protect today the way you would protect a small flame. Do not blow on it. Do not show it off. Just keep it close and let it grow into what it is becoming. And then, weeks from now, when it is fully formed, you will be able to share what wants to be shared from a position of strength rather than from a position of needing to be understood. There is a difference between sharing because you need someone to validate what you are experiencing and sharing because the experience itself has overflowed into something that wants to be witnessed. Today is not the day for the former kind of sharing, and that means today is not a sharing day. Today is a receiving day. You are here to receive. Tomorrow and the days after will offer their own invitations, but the invitation of today is to receive what is being given without rushing it into language that makes it digestible to anyone else. Just let it be unspeakable for a little while. The unspeakable things have always been the most sacred things in Scripture. The deepest experiences of the prophets and apostles are described as visions they could not fully put into words. There is a reason for that. Some things are too alive to be summarized. So let today be alive. Let today be unsummarized. Let today be the kind of day you will tell people about years from now, when you have words for it that you do not yet have today. I want to introduce you, briefly, to the work of someone whose research is going to come back into this conversation later. There is a neuroscientist named Dr. Robert Lake who spent 34 years studying the brain frequencies behind the exact transformations chosen ones go through when they cross thresholds like the one you are crossing today. He did not start out trying to confirm spiritual realities. He started out as a clinical researcher, trying to understand why certain people, after going through specific kinds of seasons, displayed measurable changes in their cognitive function their decision speed, their intuitive capacity, and their overall state of being. He noticed a pattern that did not fit the standard models of how the brain was supposed to work. He noticed that the people who came through what he called formation seasons, long stretches of difficulty, followed by a turning point, operated on a frequency that the rest of the population did not consistently access. He spent the next 3 decades trying to map that frequency, isolate it, and understand whether it could be reactivated in people who had once had it but lost it. What he discovered is going to surprise you, and what he built out of that discovery is going to come into this conversation when the moment is right. But I am not going to give it to you yet. I want you to feel the recognition first, because if I give you the science before you feel the recognition, the science will sound like noise. So we are going to take the slow road. We are going to honor the way God arranged this hour, which is recognition first, mechanism second, declaration last. Dr. Lake's body of work will return when we get to the layer of this message that needs it. For now, just know that someone has been quietly verifying the spiritual reality you have been living in laboratories and research centers for longer than most of you have been aware of him. The unseen layer of your life is not unscientific. It is simply ahead of the science. And the science, when it catches up, becomes a confirmation of what your spirit has known all along. What I want you to do, just for the next breath, is settle into this, not as someone listening to a message, as someone receiving a witness. You are being witnessed today, not by a stranger, by the one who knows the texture of your last 14 nights and the names of the people you have been quietly grieving. You are being witnessed by the one who knew the strange way you woke up this morning before you even opened your eyes. And the message you are receiving right now is the way that witness has chosen to speak to you on the Sunday. That was always meant to be the threshold. We are not done yet. We are barely started, because what I have shown you up to this point is the surface of what has been happening. We have not yet walked into the deeper layer, the layer underneath the signs, the layer where the formation actually happens, the layer where the wilderness you have been walking through becomes legible as preparation instead of punishment. That is where I am taking you next. And I want you to be ready, because what comes next is the hardest part of the message, but it is also the most healing. Because once you understand why the wilderness was the wilderness, you will never again believe that you wasted those years. You will never again believe that what was hard was meaningless. You will never again believe that the silence of God in those seasons was his absence. It was the most active thing he has ever done for you, and he is about to show you why. Stay with me. I want to talk to you about the years you do not talk about. Every chosen one I have ever spoken with has a stretch of time in their life that they have stopped describing, because the people they tried to describe it to never quite understood. So they buried it. They put it under language like it was a hard season or a tough chapter or a difficult few years. But those phrases never matched the actual texture of what happened. The actual texture was something more brutal and more quiet at the same time. The actual texture was the slow, almost invisible erosion of who you thought you were going to be. The actual texture was watching the timeline you had imagined for your life slip a year, then 2 years, then 5 years, then 8, until you stopped imagining a timeline at all. Because every time you imagined one, it broke your heart. You know what I am talking about. You know exactly which years they were. You can name the year it started without thinking about it. You can probably name the moment it started too, even though you have not let yourself say that moment out loud in a long time. For some of you, it was the years after the loss. The death of a parent, or a marriage, or a version of yourself you do not know how to mourn. You did not just lose the person or the relationship. You lost the version of you that existed in proximity to them. The version of you that had a daughter when your mother was alive. The version of you that was someone's husband or someone's wife. The version of you that walked into rooms believing the future was going to look like the future you and they had quietly imagined together. When that person or relationship was taken, the version of you that was bonded to them died too, and no one held a service for that version. So you carried the grief of two losses with the social acknowledgement of one. And you have been wondering for years why you have not gotten over it the way other people seem to get over their losses. You have not gotten over it because there were two losses. You only buried one. The other one is still buried inside you. And what is happening today is that even that second loss, the loss of the version of you that died with them, is being put to rest, so that the version of you that is rising can rise without that ghost still attached. For some of you, it was the years after the betrayal, when someone you trusted with the most fragile part of you handled it carelessly, and you spent the rest of the decade trying to pretend it had not changed you when it had changed everything. The betrayal was not always dramatic. Sometimes it was a small carelessness that, in any other relationship, would have been forgivable. But in your relationship with this person, it broke something specific that you cannot describe to anyone. So you stopped trying to describe it. You convinced yourself it was not a big deal. You held on to the relationship through gritted teeth, or you ended the relationship and told yourself you were over it when you were not. The betrayal stayed inside you, and it taught you a lesson you did not want to learn, which is that you could not always tell who would handle you carefully. So you stopped giving people access to the parts of you that were fragile. You hardened in those places. And the hardening has been one of the costumes God has been quietly removing in the last few months, even though you did not realize that was what was happening when it was happening. For some of you, it was the years of pouring yourself into work that was supposed to matter, only to discover that the system you were pouring into did not see you, did not value you, was never going to choose you the way you had chosen it. You watched people who put in half the effort get promoted past you. You watched the things you had built quietly absorbed into someone else's resume. You stayed loyal to a company, an institution, a leader, a mission that was never going to be loyal to you. And by the time you understood that, you had given so much of yourself to that pouring that you did not have the energy left to start again. So you stayed. You stayed because the energy required to leave felt larger than the energy required to keep showing up. And the staying corroded something in you that you have not yet named. That corrosion is one of the things that has been lifting in the last few weeks. You may have noticed it. The thing that used to ache when you walked into the building has not ached as sharply lately. That is not because the building changed. It is because what was being held against the building inside you is being released. For some of you, it was the years of watching your peers succeed in the exact ways you had been quietly preparing for, and feeling the strange shame of being left behind by people who had not even been trying as hard as you. They got the marriage, they got the children, they got the home, they got the career arc, they got the visible markers of a life that the world considers a successful life. And you were quietly doing the deeper work, the work that has no visible marker, the work that does not show up in a holiday card photo, and the world did not give you credit for that work, because the world does not know how to see the work that is invisible. You felt the shame. anyway. You felt the comparison anyway. You hid the shame from the people in your life, but the shame was there, and it ate at the edges of your self-perception for years. That eating is also being healed in this season. You may notice that the shame has gone quieter recently. The seeing of other people's successes has stopped triggering the same wound it used to trigger. That is because the wound is closing. It is closing because the season that opened it is ending. A man I spoke with last month described his version of those years to me, and I want to share his words because they will land for some of you. He said he spent almost 3 years inside what he called a holding pattern. He went to work. He paid his bills. He answered the people who needed him. He showed up to family functions and kept his face arranged. But underneath all of that, something inside him had stopped moving. He could not name it. He could not explain it to his wife. He went to therapy and could not even articulate it to the therapist. And the worst part, he said, was not the stuckness itself. The worst part was the certainty that everyone around him was steadily moving forward into their lives, while he was just slowly losing the ability to feel anything at all. He told me he started to wonder if he had used up whatever spark had once been in him, and what was left was just the maintenance of a body. Then, 3 weeks before the morning I spoke with him, something shifted. He could not pinpoint what. He just woke up one morning and noticed that the inside of him was not as quiet as it had been. There was a hum underneath the silence, and the hum got louder every day for the next 21 days, until he found himself on a particular Sunday morning crying without warning over a cup of coffee, because he realized, and these were his exact words, that he had not died. He had been sleeping, and the sleeping was over. I am telling you his story because some of you are inside that exact pattern right now. The hum has been getting louder for weeks. You did not put words to it because you did not believe yourself, but the hum is real. The waking is real, and the morning of the waking is this morning. I need to say something now that is going to feel uncomfortable until you sit with it. The years you have been mourning as wasted years were not wasted years. I know that sounds like the kind of comfort people give when they do not know what else to say. I know you have heard versions of it before, and they have not landed, because the people saying them did not actually understand what those years cost you. So let me say it differently. Those years were not wasted, but I am not going to ask you to pretend they were not painful. They were painful. They were costly. There were dreams that did not survive them, relationships that did not survive them, and parts of you that did not survive them either. I am not going to tell you those things did not matter. They mattered enormously, but I am going to tell you what those years were doing while they were costing you so much. Because no one else is going to give you this language, and you cannot walk into your becoming without it. What felt like isolation was actually incubation. The seasons when no one called, when you sat alone for so long that you forgot what your own laughter sounded like, when you went weeks without anyone asking you a real question. Those seasons were not God turning his back on you. Those were the seasons he was sealing you off from the influences that would have shaped you wrong. Every chosen one in Scripture had a sealing season. Moses had 40 years in the desert. David had years in caves. Joseph had years in a prison. Paul had 3 years in Arabia after his Damascus moment, and we have no record of what happened in those 3 years because they were not for the public, they were for him. The isolation was not punishment. It was the protection of who you were going to become from being formed by the wrong hands. The isolation gave you time to lose the voices in your head that were not your own. The isolation gave you the chance to hear yourself for the first time without the noise of everyone else's expectations. And what you found, when the noise finally cleared, was the quiet voice underneath all the borrowed voices, the voice that had been there all along, waiting for the chance to speak. That voice is the voice you are starting to hear more clearly today. The isolation made it audible. What felt like delay was actually development. The years you watched everyone around you cross thresholds you were still standing in front of. Those years were not God forgetting your name. Those were the years he was building load-bearing capacity inside you that the people who got there fast do not have. Most of the people who arrived at their destination quickly cannot hold what they were given. Their character could not catch up with their calling, and you watched some of them collapse under the weight of what they got too soon. You did not collapse because you were never given anything you could not hold. The delay was the floor under your house being poured deeper than anyone else's, so that what gets built on top of it can stand for the rest of your life without cracking. The delay was construction. You just could not see the foundation, because foundations are underground, and the longer the foundation took, the larger the building was going to be. You have been frustrated for years that you were still in the foundation phase, while others were already decorating the second floor of their lives. But the building they put up will not survive what is coming. The building you are about to put up will. And the difference is the foundation that the delay gave you. You will thank the delay. Not today, but you will. There will come a season when you are standing on what was built on top of those years, and you will look down at the floor under your feet, and you will know, without anyone telling you, that the floor would not be that strong if the years had been shorter. What felt like silence was actually strategy. The seasons when you prayed and felt nothing, when you cried out and the heavens seemed closed, when you waited for a word and the word did not come, those seasons were not the absence of God. They were the most concentrated presence of God you have ever experienced. But the form of his presence was the form of formation. And formation is silent. A seed in the ground does not hear the voice of the gardener every day. The seed simply trusts that the gardener planted it on purpose. The silence around the seed is the gardener honoring the work of the soil. If the gardener kept digging the seed up to check on it, the seed would never grow. So the silence was God refusing to dig you up. The silence was him letting the soil do its work. And the proof that the soil was doing its work is that you are here on this Sunday, ready to break the surface of your own life. The breaking of the surface is what people call the answer. They think the answer was the day God spoke after years of silence. But the answer was not the speaking. The answer was the silence itself, doing what only silence can do. The speaking is the celebration. The silence was the work. What felt like loss was actually liberation. The relationships, the opportunities, the places, the versions of your future that fell away during those years, they did not fall away because you failed to hold them. They fell away because they could not come with you. They were built for the person you used to be, and the person you were becoming had to walk a road that did not have room for them. You have spent years grieving the loss of things that were never supposed to make it to today, and the grief was real, because what you lost was real. But the loss was also a gift. The thing you keep mistaking for failure was the most generous thing the unseen hand has ever done for you. It carried away the weight you would have refused to set down on your own. And one day, when you have crossed all the way through this becoming and looked back at the road, you will be able to name the people, the places, the dreams that left And you will not name them with bitterness. You will name them with a strange, quiet gratitude, because you will see finally that the leaving was the loving. The thing that loved you most about your own becoming was the thing that made sure the wrong things did not arrive at the threshold with you. And what felt like winter was actually preparation for the very becoming that is arriving in your life this very Sunday. Take a breath here, just one. I want to pause for a moment, because you have been listening to this for a while now, and I do not want what I just gave you to slide past without landing. Notice that you are still here. Notice that out of everything that could have called you away from this message in the last 20 minutes, nothing did. Notice the room you are sitting in, the light coming through whatever window is closest to you, the temperature of the air on your skin. Notice that for the last few minutes, your breath has gotten slower, even if you did not consciously slow it down. That is not me. That is your spirit recognizing what is being said. Your spirit knows when it is being told the truth, and the body always responds to truth before the mind catches up. So, just sit here for one breath. There is nothing to receive in this moment. There is nothing to release. Just notice that you are exactly where you are supposed to be on a Sunday morning that was always going to find you. Now, let me take you a layer deeper, because I am not done with the wilderness yet. There is a specific reason God uses wilderness seasons in the lives of chosen ones, and the reason is not what most teachers say it is. Most teachers will tell you the wilderness is about three things: humbling, testing, and refining, and there is some truth in those words. But the truth is incomplete. I want to walk you through what each one actually means, and then I want to give you the deeper reason that lies underneath all three of them, because that is the reason this Sunday matters. The first commonly taught reason is that the wilderness humbles you. There is something to that. The wilderness has a way of stripping away the parts of you that thought you had earned your way through life, through effort alone. The wilderness puts you in a place where effort does not produce the result it used to produce, where the strategies you mastered no longer work, where the confidence you used to have in your own ability stops being enough. That is humbling. But here is what teachers often miss. The humbling is not the goal. The humbling is a side effect. God is not in the business of breaking your confidence, so you will be smaller. He is in the business of teaching you which parts of your confidence were built on the wrong foundation, so that the confidence you walk out of the wilderness with is built on the right one. The humbling that the wilderness produces is not humility for its own sake. It is the dismantling of false confidence so that real confidence can be built. And real confidence is something most people never develop, because most people never go through a wilderness deep enough to have their false confidence dismantled. You did. So, when you walk into the rest of your life, you are going to walk in with the kind of confidence that does not crack under pressure. The cracking has already happened. The cracking is the gift. The second commonly taught reason is that the wilderness tests you. People love this language. They quote it from every spiritual tradition. They say God was testing you in the wilderness to see if you would stay faithful. But I want to be careful here, because that framing has done damage to a lot of chosen ones. The wilderness is not a test in the way a school exam is a test. It is not a pass-fail evaluation where God is watching to see if you will measure up. It is closer to the kind of testing a metallurgist does when he heats a piece of raw ore. The heat does not test the ore in the sense of evaluating it. The heat reveals the ore. It separates what is gold from what is not gold. It does not put gold into the ore. The gold was always there. The heat just made it visible. The wilderness functioned the same way in your life. It did not put your character into you. The character was always in you. The wilderness simply made it visible. The version of you that is visible today is not a version the wilderness invented. It is the version the wilderness uncovered. So you do not owe the wilderness gratitude for who you are becoming. You owe yourself the recognition that you were already this person all the way through, and the years simply burned away the obscuring layers. The third commonly taught reason is that the wilderness refines you. This one is closer to the truth, but I want to give you a sharper version of it. The wilderness refines you the way grief refines you. It does not make you better in the abstract sense. It does not produce a new and improved version of you. It removes everything from your life that cannot survive grief, and what remains is what is real. The refining of grief is not flattering. You do not come out of grief looking polished. You come out of grief stripped of the things that did not have weight, and what is left is the things that do. Your relationships, your priorities, your sense of who you are, your understanding of what matters, all of those get refined in the wilderness. But the refining is not addition, it is subtraction. Things leave, beliefs leave, versions of yourself leave, and what remains is denser than what was there before, because the lighter material has been blown away. But here is the deeper reason, the one I want you to hold the most tightly. The deepest reason the wilderness exists is something else entirely. The deepest reason the wilderness exists is to strip you of false identity, so that the true identity God placed in you before the foundation of the world has room to come forward. It is not punishment. It is excavation. The wilderness is the archaeologist's tools applied to the layers of you that were built over what was original. The archaeologist does not punish the site by digging through it. The archaeologist is uncovering what was always there. The dirt being moved is not the destination. The thing underneath the dirt is. And what is underneath the dirt of your wilderness years is the version of you that God wrote into existence before time. That version was always there. It just had to wait for the layers above it to be carefully, slowly, sometimes painfully removed. The years you walked through were the careful removal. The day you are inside of right now is the day the original is finally fully exposed. Let me explain what I mean by false identity, because this is going to land hard for some of you. False identity is every version of yourself that was built in response to other people's needs. It is the version of you that learned to be agreeable because being agreeable was what kept the household calm. It is the version of you that learned to be high-achieving because being high-achieving was what got you noticed in a family that did not have time for nuance. It is the version of you that learned to be the strong one, the dependable one, the helper, the fixer, the funny one, the quiet one, whichever role was assigned to you by the system you were born into. Those roles kept you safe when you were small. They kept you accepted. They kept you alive. But they were never your actual identity. They were strategies. They were costumes that you forgot you were wearing. And the wilderness you walked through stripped them off, one at a time, in the most painful order possible. You probably remember when each layer came off. The first layer to go was usually the version of you that needed everyone's approval. That layer came off when someone whose approval you had organized your life around finally showed you, in a way you could not unsee, that their approval was conditional and that the conditions kept changing. That experience cost you something. You grieved that relationship. You grieved your old confidence. You grieved your sense of who you were inside that role. But the cost was the price of getting the approval need stripped off. After that, the next layer came. Maybe it was the version of you that needed to be the strongest one in the room. That came off when something happened that you could not push through. And for the first time in your life, you had to admit that you needed help. And asking for help cracked open a part of you that had been frozen for years. After that, the next layer. The one that needed to be useful. The one that needed to perform. The one that needed to be needed. Each layer came off in a season of pain, and, at the time, you thought the pain was the point. The pain was not the point. The stripping was the point. The pain was the side effect of the costume being removed. There were probably other costumes I have not named that you wore for longer than you remember, choosing to wear them. The costume of being the responsible one, the one who held the family together when the family did not want to hold itself together. The costume of being the fixer, the one who jumped in when other people were drowning, even when no one had asked you to. The costume of being the small one, the one who took up as little space as possible so that the people around you would not feel threatened by your presence. The costume of being the bright one, the one who carried the room's mood, who made the silence stop being awkward, who took the loneliness out of family dinners by doing the social labor that no one acknowledged you were doing. Some of you wore costumes of perfection. Some of you wore costumes of brokenness. Some of you wore costumes of being the wise one, the spiritual one, the one with answers, when underneath all of it, you were just as scared as everyone else. The costumes were innumerable, and the costumes were specific to your story. But the wilderness took them off, one at a time, sometimes more than one in a single season. And the order was not random. The order was perfect for the sequence of growth that was being arranged inside you. And by the time you walked into this Sunday morning, the morning you are inside of right now, you were no longer wearing the costumes. You were not aware of when the last one came off. You did not feel the moment it dropped, but it dropped. And what is left underneath is the version of you that has never been worn, the version of you that has been waiting, the version of you that the wilderness was protecting all along. That is the version that is permitted to walk into the rest of your life today. I want to be careful here, because I do not want to rush past the grief. Some of you are still mourning the costumes. Some of you are still angry at the seasons that took them off. Some of you would, if given the choice, put one or two of those costumes back on, because the costumes were familiar, and the new self is unfamiliar, and the unfamiliar is uncomfortable, even when it is the truth. So I want to give you permission to grieve a little longer, if you need to. I am not asking you to be ready before you are ready. I am simply telling you that the costumes are not coming back, no matter how much you grieve them, because the body underneath them has grown too large to fit them anymore. Mourning the old self is part of becoming the new self. There is no version of this where you skip that mourning. So mourn what you need to mourn, but do it knowing that the one who is asking you to release the costumes is not asking out of cruelty. He is asking because what is underneath them was always who he sent you here to be, and he cannot release the rest of your life into your hands until you stop trying to live it as someone you were never meant to remain. There is one more thing I want to give you before we move into the next part of this message, because I do not want you to walk into the next layer with any leftover heaviness from this one. Whatever the wilderness took from you, he is not asking you to be grateful for the loss. That is a teaching some people give that I think does damage. He is not asking you to thank him for the betrayal, the silence, the grief, the years that broke you in the specific places they broke you. What he is asking you to do is much smaller and much harder. He is asking you to trust that the version of you that emerged from those seasons could not have emerged any other way. That is all. You do not have to love the road. You only have to love who is walking out of it. And the one walking out of it is the one I am about to introduce you to in the next part of this message. So, stay with me, because what comes next is the first revelation, the first true truth about who you actually are, and why this Sunday matters, and what the unseen layer of your life has been preparing for the visible layer to finally see. There is a wisdom figure I want to take you to, whose story is going to recontextualize everything I have shown you so far. There is a word in the original Hebrew I want to put in your mouth, a word that, when you hold it correctly, will change the way you understand what is being released in your life today. There is a teaching about the difference between the moment something begins and the moment something becomes visible that is going to redraw the map of how you see your own progress from this Sunday forward. None of this is going to feel small. None of it is going to feel routine. I want you to be ready for the next layer, the way you would be ready for a conversation that mattered. Not braced, not defensive, open. And the next layer is going to be tender for some of you, because it is going to ask you to look at the years you have been counting as failures and see them as something else entirely. It is going to ask you to release a story you have been telling yourself about your own timeline, a story that has cost you more peace than you realized you had been spending. The release of that story is not going to happen all at once. It is going to happen in pieces over the coming hours, but the first piece is going to be placed in your hands in the next few minutes, and I want you to receive it with both hands instead of one. So, take one more breath. Settle into where you are. Adjust whatever needs adjusting in your space, if it is going to make it easier to listen. Some of you may want to dim the light a little. Some of you may want to put your phone face down so the notifications stop trying to compete for the attention that is meant to be here. Whatever you need to do to give the next part your full attention, do it now, because the next layer is the layer where the message starts to do its real work. And let me show you the first layer of what God has been forming inside you for longer than you have been able to name. The first revelation is about to begin. The first revelation I want to give you is going to feel small at first, like a quiet door opening inside a room. You have walked through 1,000 times without ever noticing there was a door. But I want you to receive it slowly, because once the door opens, you will not be able to close it. Once you see what is on the other side of this first revelation, the way you understand your own progress, your own timeline, your own becoming, will never be the same. So, take it in, gently. Do not rush. Here is the first truth. The transformation you have been waiting for has already begun. Sunday is not the day the transformation starts. Sunday is the day the transformation becomes visible. Let me say that again, because I want you to feel the weight of it. The work is already done. The forming is already done. The becoming has already happened in the layer underneath the layer. You have been looking at what changes today is not the becoming itself. What changes today is who can see it. You can see it. The unseen layer of your life has been quietly producing the new self for months, and the seen layer is finally going to register what the unseen layer has already finished. Most chosen ones spend years confused about this distinction. They think the day they feel the shift is the day the shift happened. They think God works on the schedule of their feelings. He does not. He works in the silence under the feelings, and the feelings only catch up when he decides it is time for them to catch up. So the heaviness, the strangeness, the not knowing of the last few weeks was not God preparing to start something new. It was God finishing something He started a long time ago, and the finishing is what you are now feeling. It is what you woke up inside of this morning. This distinction is going to give you back a lot of years. For some of you, this is going to be the first time anyone has explained to you that progress is not linear, and that the absence of visible progress is not the absence of progress. You have spent so long measuring your becoming by what was visible that you became convinced your becoming had stopped. When it had not stopped, it had simply gone underground. The undergrounding was the most active period of your formation. The years that looked like nothing were the years that produced everything, and today is the day what was produced finally surfaces. I want you to consider, just for a moment, what this means about the way you have been telling the story of your last several years to yourself. You have been telling yourself a story in which the years were a delay. In your private narrative, you watched everyone else cross thresholds while you were stuck in front of yours. You watched timelines you had imagined for your own life go past their expiration dates. You watched the ages at which certain milestones were supposed to happen come and go without the milestones happening. And the story you told yourself about all of that was that you had fallen behind. The story you told yourself was that you had missed something, or done something wrong, or been overlooked by the hand that arranges these things. That story was incomplete. The story was incomplete because the story only included the visible layer. The story did not have access to the unseen layer, where the actual building was happening. If your story had included the unseen layer, it would not have been a story about delay. It would have been a story about the most concentrated formation of a chosen one's life, which is exactly what you went through, which is exactly what produced the version of you that wakes up on this Sunday, ready for what is being released. The shift today is the proof of the unseen story. The shift today is what makes the invisible work visible. And once you can see the shift, you can finally tell the right story about your life. You can tell yourself the truth about what those years were. You can stop apologizing for them, even silently. You can stop measuring yourself by what was visible to other people. You can start measuring yourself by what is actually true, which is that the version of you arriving today did not arrive by accident. It arrived because the work was done. And the work being done is the only reason you are inside the morning you are inside of right now. This is the first revelation. It is small only in the sense that it precedes the larger ones. In every other sense, it is enormous. Because once you understand that the becoming has already begun, you stop trying to manufacture it. You stop trying to force it. You stop trying to earn it. You start simply receiving it, and receiving is the posture that allows it to fully arrive. I want to give you a frame that is going to help you hold this first truth more steadily over the coming days. The frame is this: and what God begins in secret, He completes in public. Read that with me one more time. What God begins in secret, He completes in public. The secret is not where the becoming hides. The secret is where the becoming is built. The public is not where the becoming begins. The public is where the becoming is finally permitted to be witnessed. And the witness today, the very first witness, is you. You are witnessing your own becoming this morning. The rest of the witnesses come in the weeks and months ahead, in the order that God arranges them, and you do not need to manage that order. You only need to witness it yourself. The first sight of the new self is yours. That is the gift of today. Now, let me take you to the wisdom figure who, more than any other figure in Scripture, embodies this first revelation. There is a story in the Gospels that has been told so many times that most people miss what it is actually about. The story is about Lazarus. You probably know the basic shape of it. A man named Lazarus, the brother of Mary and Martha, fell sick. His sisters sent word to Jesus that the one he loved was sick. Jesus delayed. By the time he arrived, Lazarus had been dead for 4 days. The sisters were grieving. The community was mourning. And Jesus stood outside the tomb, wept, and then called Lazarus by name and told him to come out. Lazarus walked out of the tomb, still wrapped in the burial cloths. That is the surface of the story. Most people stop there. They take it as a story about resurrection power, which it is, but they miss the deeper layer that is hiding inside the timing of the story. And it is the timing of the story that has everything to do with what is happening to you today. Here is what most people miss. The moment Lazarus came back to life was not the moment Jesus called his name. The moment Lazarus came back to life happened earlier, in the unseen layer of the story, before the visible moment ever occurred. By the time Jesus stood at the mouth of the tomb and called him out, the work had already been done. The body had already been restored. The breath had already been returned. The life had already been given back. What happened at the tomb was not the resurrection itself. What happened at the tomb was the visible mark of an invisible miracle that had already taken place. You can see this if you look closely at the language of the story. Jesus does not say to Lazarus, "Become alive again." He says, "Come forth, come out." He does not call life back into the body. He calls the body, which has already been made alive, to step out of the tomb so that the people watching can finally see what has already happened. The miracle was the inside of the tomb. The visible moment was simply the threshold of the tomb being crossed. The life was already there. What changed at the public moment was that everyone else got to see it. This is the pattern of every chosen one's becoming. The work is finished in the dark. The walking out is what the public sees. I want you to put yourself, just for a moment, inside that tomb. Imagine being Lazarus. You have been gone for 4 days. You do not know what is happening to your body. From the outside, the world has written you off. Your sisters are mourning. The mourners are wailing. The traditional cries, the doors of the tomb, are sealed. By every measurement available to anyone looking at the situation, you are gone. And then, in the silence of the tomb, in the layer where no one is watching, something begins to move. Breath returns. The chest rises. The heart starts again. Your eyes open in the absolute darkness of the burial chamber. You do not know yet that anyone is coming for you. You only know that you are alive again, and the world outside the tomb still believes you are dead. That is where you have been living for the last several months. You have been alive in the dark, and the world outside has not yet been told. The work has been done in the silence. The breath has returned in the silence. The new self has been quietly resuscitated in the silence, and you have been the only witness to your own restoration. That is why the last several weeks have felt so strange. You have been carrying around a life that no one in your daily environment has caught up to yet. You have been knowing things internally that you cannot yet say externally. You have been moving with a different weight that no one in your immediate orbit can quite name. You are Lazarus inside the tomb. In the moment after the breath returned, and before the door was opened. And today is the day Jesus arrives at the door. Today is the day. The voice that has been calling your name in the silence speaks loud enough to crack open the seal of the tomb. Today is the day. The cloth that has been holding you in the old form is permitted to fall away. Today is the day you walk out, blinking in the morning light, into a world that has been writing you off for years and is about to be confronted with the version of you they could not see while you were inside the tomb of their assumptions about you. I want to point out one more detail about the Lazarus story that I think most teachers miss, because this detail is going to land for some of you in a way that nothing else in this message has landed yet. When Lazarus walked out of the tomb, he was still wrapped in the burial cloths. He was alive. He was free. He was on his feet. But he was still wearing the wrappings of his death. And Jesus did not unwrap him. Jesus turned to the people standing around and said, "Unbind him and let him go." The community did the unwrapping. The community removed the burial cloths. The community participated in the visible completion of what had already happened in the tomb. Some of you needed to hear that. You have been wondering why you are still, feeling wrapped in something that should have already fallen away. You have been wondering why, even though something is clearly shifting inside you, you still feel partly bound by the old self. You feel alive, but not yet free. You feel restored, but not yet released. You feel risen, but not yet unwrapped. That is because the unwrapping is the second part. The first part is the resurrection itself, which has already happened in the unseen layer. The second part is the unbinding, and the unbinding is going to happen today and over the coming weeks, and it is going to involve the participation of others. It is going to involve specific moments where the community around you, willingly or unwillingly, helps to remove the last of the burial cloths from your life. Sometimes the unbinding will come through a conversation that finally happens. Sometimes the unbinding will come through an opportunity that finally arrives. Sometimes the unbinding will come through a person leaving your life who could not bear to see you unwrapped. All of those things are part of the unbinding. None of them are accidents. I hear the Spirit saying something to you in this moment, and I want to put it into language so you can carry it with you. I have been calling your name in the silence. I have been calling it for longer than you have been able to hear it. The reason you woke up this morning with a sentence in your mouth that did not come from your own thinking is that the sentence was the residue of a conversation we have been having in your sleep. The reason you have been opening your eyes at 3 in the morning is that I have been speaking your name in the watches of the night, and the part of you that hears me has been answering. And today, on the Sunday, I marked before time. The calling becomes audible, not just to your spirit, to you, the whole of you, the part of you that hears, the part of you that doubts, the part of you that has been afraid to believe what was happening. All of you hears me today. Sunday is when you finally hear me. That is the divine voice speaking through this hour. That is the voice that has been quietly carrying your name across the unseen layer for longer than you have been able to track. The voice has been there. It has been there in every moment you felt unexplainably comforted. It has been there in every silent prayer that came out of you without your planning it. It has been there in every dream that woke you up, changed. The voice is not new. What is new is your capacity to hear it without the static. I want you to hold the Lazarus image with you for the rest of this message, because we are going to come back to it. The image is going to be useful to you in the days ahead. When you are tempted, in the coming weeks, to doubt that anything has actually changed. I want you to remember that Lazarus was alive in the tomb before anyone outside the tomb knew it. Use that image as your anchor. The aliveness is not invalidated by the world's slowness to recognize it. The aliveness is the prior fact. The recognition is the secondary fact. Live from the prior fact, even when the secondary fact takes its time. Some of you are going to have a season in the coming months where the world around you has not yet caught up to the new you. That season is not a sign that the new you is not real. That season is just the world being slow. Wait for the world. Do not abandon yourself in order to make the wait shorter. The wait will end. The recognition will arrive. The unbinding will happen. But you have to remain alive in the tomb long enough for the door to be opened. Lazarus did not knock from the inside, trying to convince anyone he was alive. He simply was alive. And when the voice came, he came forth. That is your posture. Be alive. Wait for the voice. When the voice comes, walk out. The walking out is happening today. There is a word in the original Hebrew that is going to give you a piece of language for what is happening to you, and I want to put it carefully in your mouth, because once you have this word, you will use it for the rest of your life. The word is Chayil. It is spelled in English with the letters C-H-A-Y-I-L, but the way it sounds in Hebrew is closer to Chayil. 2 syllables, with a soft breath at the front and a quiet landing at the end. Chayil. Say it once, in your mind, right now. Just feel the shape of it. Now, let me show you what most translations do with this word and what they miss. Most translations of the Hebrew Bible translate Chayil as valor or worth or strength or capable. Depending on the context, it shows up as a soldier of valor, a man of worth, a capable woman. The most famous use of the word is in the book of Proverbs, where the description of a woman of Chayil is given. Most English Bibles translate that phrase as a virtuous woman, or a woman of noble character, or an excellent wife. Those translations are not wrong, but they are flattening. They take a word that is alive and trim it into a description that is dignified but small. The deeper meaning of Chayil is something else. The deeper meaning of Chayil is the visible manifestation of divine power that was placed in you before you could earn it. Chayil is not a quality you develop through self-improvement. Chayil is the surfacing of something that was always there. The word was used for warriors, not because the warriors were brave in some abstract way, but because the warriors carried inside them a divine endowment that became visible in battle. The word was used for the woman of Proverbs because the divine strength placed in her was finally being manifested in the daily texture of her life. Chayil is divine power becoming visible. I want you to read that last sentence with me one more time, because it is the entire point, divine power becoming visible. That is what is happening to you today. What was placed in you before the foundation of the world is finally being permitted to surface. The strength was always there. The capacity was always there. The valor, the worth, the substance, the weight of who God made you to be. It was always there. The wilderness did not put it in you. The wilderness took the layers off so it could come out. And today is the Chayil moment of your life. Today is the day. The divine power that has been quietly resident in you for as long as you have been alive becomes visible to you and to the world around you. It is like an underground river that has been carving stone for years without making a sound on the surface. From above, the ground looks the same. The grass grows. The seasons turn. Nothing in the visible terrain announces that there is a river at work. But underneath, the river has been moving constantly, patiently, deliberately, hollowing out a channel through stone that nothing else could have moved. And then, on a specific morning, the river breaks the surface. A spring appears in the ground where there was no spring before. People walking across that ground for years without knowing it suddenly see water where there was no water. The river was always there. The breaking of the surface is what makes it visible. That is your Chayil moment, the river of divine power that has been carving the stone of your life for years, is breaking the surface today. The water has not just arrived. The water has been moving the whole time. But today is the day it becomes visible. Today is the day the spring appears in the ground. Some of you are going to want to hold this word with you for a while. I want to encourage you to do that. When you feel doubt rising in the coming days, you can speak the word over yourself. Chayil. When you feel the temptation to shrink back from the new self, you can let the word remind you that the strength is not borrowed. Chayil. When you face the moments where the unbinding is uncomfortable, you can let the word steady you. Chayil. Divine power becoming visible. The river breaking the surface. The thing that was always in you, finally out where it can be seen. That is the second piece of the first revelation. The becoming has already happened. The becoming has a name, and the name is Chayil. Now, let me give you the third piece of the first revelation, because once you have this piece, you will be able to interpret your entire life from a different vantage point. Your life operates on two layers at all times. There is the visible layer, which is the layer most people pay attention to. The visible layer includes your job, your relationships, your bank account, your health, your daily routines, the things you can see and touch and check on. The visible layer is what other people see when they look at your life. It is what you see when you look in the mirror. It is what gets reported, photographed, tracked, measured. And then there is the unseen layer, which is the layer underneath the visible layer. The unseen layer includes everything that is forming in you that has not yet shown up in the visible layer. The unseen layer includes the spiritual development that no one is grading. The unseen layer includes the inner shifts of identity that have not yet manifested in your behavior. The unseen layer includes the deeper relationship with God that no one in your life can verify. The unseen layer includes the work the wilderness was doing while the visible layer of your life looked stuck. Both layers are real. Both layers are operating at the same time. But here is the secret that most teachers will not tell you. The unseen layer is the source layer. The visible layer is the downstream layer. Whatever happens in the unseen layer eventually shows up in the visible layer, but the unseen layer always moves first. Always. This is the most important framework I am going to give you in this entire message. So let me say it again. The unseen layer always moves first. Most chosen ones do not understand this, so they spend years frustrated with the visible layer of their lives, trying to fix it, trying to force it, trying to manipulate it into looking the way they want it to look. They make changes to the visible layer that do not stick. They achieve outcomes in the visible layer that feel hollow. They get to the things they wanted in the visible layer and find that they are still the same person they were before they got there. The reason is that they were working on the wrong layer. The visible layer cannot be changed from itself. The visible layer can only be changed by what is happening in the unseen layer underneath it. And the unseen layer is the layer most people never visit deliberately. You are someone who has spent the last several years living in the unseen layer. You may not have called it that. You may not have known that was what you were doing, but that is what was happening. The wilderness sent you down. The years of silence sent you down. The seasons of formation sent you down. You were forced into the layer that most people avoid, and you stayed in that layer long enough for the work to be done. The work being done in the unseen layer of your life is the reason today is happening. The reason your visible layer is about to shift is that the unseen layer has been shifting for months, and the visible layer is finally catching up. This is going to be one of the most quietly important things I tell you today. The visible layer is about to surprise you, and you are going to be tempted to think the surprise is coming from outside. It is not. The surprise is coming from inside. The visible layer is about to register changes that have already happened in the unseen layer. The events that show up in your life over the coming weeks and months are going to feel like answered prayers, sudden breakthroughs, unexpected blessings. They will be those things, but they will not be random. They will be the visible layer expression of unseen layer work that you completed already in the years you thought you were wasting. I want you to receive the dignity of that for one moment. The years you thought you were wasting were the years you were doing the most important work of your life. You did not waste them. You worked. The work was invisible to you because you did not know that was the work that was happening. You thought the work was supposed to look like progress in the visible layer. The work was actually structured to look like the absence of progress in the visible layer, because real unseen layer work usually slows the visible layer down. You cannot do deep formation and visible momentum at the same time. The two layers compete for energy. When God puts a chosen one into deep formation, the visible layer goes quiet. That is not punishment. That is permission. He was giving you permission to focus on the layer that mattered most for who you were going to become. The visible quiet was the silence the unseen could speak through. Today is the day the relationship between the layers reverses. From this Sunday forward, the unseen work that was completed in those years begins to express itself in the visible layer. The visible layer is going to become a downstream river of what has already been built. You are not going to have to push it. You are not going to have to work harder. You are not going to have to manufacture momentum. The momentum is going to surface the way the river surfaces. Your job from this Sunday forward is to recognize what is surfacing and to stop trying to control the surfacing. That is the third piece of the first revelation. 2 layers. Unseen always moves first. The unseen has finished moving. The visible is about to register what was finished long before today. I want you to feel how much weight that takes off you. You do not have to manufacture your becoming. You do not have to perform your becoming. You do not have to convince anyone of your becoming. The becoming has already been built in the layer that does the actual building, and the visible layer is now going to do what it always does, which is reflect what has been built underneath it. The reflection will not be perfect at first. There will be a delay between what is fully formed in the unseen and what manages to show up visibly. That is normal. That is the lag of the visible layer catching up. But the catch-up has begun, and the catch-up will continue. By the end of today, the first visible signs of the catch-up will be obvious to you. By the end of this week, more will follow. By the end of this season, you will be standing inside a visible layer that finally matches the unseen layer you have been living in for years. That is going to be a strange feeling. Some of you have lived inside the unseen layer for so long that you do not know how to live in a visible layer that matches you. You may need a little practice. You may feel a little exposed when the visible layer finally aligns with what you have been carrying privately. That is okay. The exposure is part of the becoming. The unfamiliarity is the cost of having lived hidden for so long. You will get used to being seen. The world will get used to seeing you, and the alignment between the layers will eventually become the new ordinary. I want to take you, gently, through some of the small shifts that have already happened in your life over the last several months, because once you can see them, you will know that everything I have just told you is true. These are not predictions, these are recognitions. I am not telling you what is going to happen. I am telling you what has already happened that you may not have named yet. The first shift you have already experienced is the shift in what you find tolerable. There are conversations you used to be able to sit through that have, in the last several months, become genuinely intolerable to you. You did not announce this shift. You did not write a manifesto about it. You just noticed, slowly, that certain kinds of talk wear you down faster than they used to. Gossip wears you down. Performative complaining wears you down. The kind of small talk that goes nowhere wears you down. The kind of conversation that is built around tearing other people apart wears you down so quickly now that you have started avoiding the situations where it happens. You may have felt guilty about that. You may have wondered if you are becoming too sensitive, too judgmental, too removed. You are not. What is happening is that the part of you that used to be able to absorb low-frequency content has dissolved. The dissolution was the unseen layers work. The visible expression of that work is the new intolerance you have been experiencing. That is a shift. That is real. And you have been doing it without realizing you were doing it. The second shift is the shift in what you find meaningful. Activities that used to feel meaningful to you have, in the last several months, lost their meaning. And other activities, sometimes very ordinary activities, have started carrying a weight you cannot explain. A walk in the morning has started feeling like a small ceremony. Drinking water has started feeling like a quiet ritual. Sitting in a chair without distraction has started feeling like a real practice. You may have looked at yourself and wondered what was happening because the activities have not changed. What changed is the layer underneath them. The unseen layer is reordering what carries weight in your life, and the new ordering is being expressed in the small activities that have started feeling sacred. The previously sacred activities have lost their pull because their meaning was attached to the old self, and the old self is being released. The newly sacred activities are gaining their pull because they belong to the new self, and the new self is being received. That is a shift that has been happening in you. That is one of the visible layer expressions of the Chayil rising. The third shift is the shift in what you find yourself praying for. You may have noticed that the prayers you say now are not the prayers you used to say. The texture is different. The requests are different. The tone is different. You used to ask for specific outcomes. Now, more often, you find yourself asking for clarity, for peace, for the strength to receive what is being given. You used to ask God to fix particular situations. Now, more often, you find yourself thanking God for situations you used to want fixed, because you can see, even partially, that the situations were doing something you could not have asked for. You used to pray fast. Now, more often, you pray slowly, with long pauses between sentences, as if you are listening as much as you are speaking. That is a shift. That is the prayer life of the new self emerging. That is the unseen layer expressing itself in the most intimate, visible layer practice you have. Your prayers have changed because you have changed. The change has already happened. The fourth shift is the shift in what you find yourself willing to say no to. There are things you have said yes to all your life that, in the last several months, you have started saying no to. Quietly, without explanation, without making a thing of it. You just stopped showing up to certain events. You just stopped responding to certain texts within an hour the way you used to. You just stopped agreeing to commitments that, 6 months ago, you would have agreed to without thinking. The no is not coming from a place of bitterness. It is coming from a place of capacity, finally aligned with calling. You have stopped saying yes to things that take you away from who you are becoming, because the part of you that needed to say yes to feel valuable has dissolved. That dissolution is the unseen layer work. The new no is the visible layer expression of it. And the no has been getting easier. You may have noticed that. The first time you said no to something you would normally say yes to, it was hard. Now, 6 no's later, it is just normal. That is the Chayil. That is the strength becoming visible. The fifth shift is the shift in how you experience time. You may have noticed, over the last several weeks, that time has been moving strangely for you. Some days have felt unusually long. Some days have felt unusually short. The way you measure your week has stopped working the way it used to work. You used to know what day it was without checking. Now, more often, you have to check. You used to feel the rhythm of the week through your activities. Now, the activities feel slightly disconnected from the calendar, and the calendar feels slightly disconnected from your sense of where you are in your own life. That is not because something is wrong with your perception. That is because the unseen layer of your life is operating on a different timeline, and the visible layer is being recalibrated to that timeline. You are about to enter a season where time feels different than it has felt before, because the chronology of the new self is not the chronology of the old self. The new self moves on a slower, deeper, more intentional cadence, and the old chronology was built for an older, faster, more reactive self. You are leaving the chronology of the old self today. That has already started. The strangeness in your experience of time is the visible expression of that change. These are 5 shifts that have already occurred in you. There are more. I could keep going. I could name a dozen more shifts that have happened in you in the last 6 months that you have not yet told yourself were shifts. But 5 is enough for now. 5 is enough for you to recognize that I am not making this up. 5 is enough for you to recognize that what I have been telling you is happening to you, is, in fact, happening. The unseen layer has been moving. The visible layer is starting to register the movement. Today is the day the registration becomes undeniable. I want you to take a breath here, just one, and let what I have just shown you settle. The shifts are real. The shifts have happened. You have been the one experiencing them. You have just not had the language to name them. Now, you have the language. You can name what was already happening, and the naming is part of the becoming. But what I have shown you so far is only the first revelation. It is the small one. It is the one that prepares you for the next one, which is much larger and much stranger. Because everything I have told you up to this point still leaves an enormous question unanswered. And the question is the door into the second revelation. The question is this: if the becoming has already happened in the unseen layer, and today is the day it becomes visible in the visible layer, then how does it actually happen biologically? How does it actually happen in the body? How does it actually happen in the brain? How does it move from the unseen to the visible inside of you mechanically, in a way you can recognize and cooperate with? That is the question I'm about to answer. And the answer is going to surprise you, because the answer involves science. The answer involves the brain. The answer involves a specific frequency that has been studied in laboratories for over 30 years. The answer is going to make sense of why you have been having the experiences you have been having, why you have been waking up at the hours you have been waking up, why the dreams have been the texture they have been, and why this Sunday matters in a way that goes beyond metaphor. The next revelation is going to ground everything I have been telling you in something measurable. And the measurable thing is going to be the most beautiful confirmation of the spiritual reality you have been living, that you have ever received. The unseen layer has a frequency. The frequency has a name. The name has been documented, and the documentation is what I want to give you next. Remember when I said in the first part of this message that the storm you walked through was formation, not punishment. That was the seed. This is the tree. Because the formation was not just spiritual. The formation was also neurological. The wilderness changed your brain, not in a damaging way, in a generative way. Your brain, in the unseen layer of those years, was being prepared to operate on a frequency that most people do not access. And the day that frequency comes online in the visible layer of your daily experience is the day everything shifts. That day is the Sunday you are inside of. So stay with me, because what comes next is the part where the science meets the spirit, the part where the lab confirms the prayer, the part where the brainwave pattern aligns with the wisdom figure, the part where the becoming is no longer just felt, but also measurable. The next revelation is the layer underneath the layer of the first revelation, and once you have it, the third revelation will land in a way nothing else could prepare you for. Take one breath here, just one. What is coming next is the most concrete teaching I am going to give you in this entire message. It is going to feel different in texture than what we have just walked through. Where the first revelation was tender, the next one is going to be more direct. Where the first revelation was about the inner experience, the next one is going to be about what is actually happening in your body. Both layers are part of the same becoming. Both layers are part of the same Sunday. But the next layer is the one that is going to give you tools you did not know existed. So, get ready. Adjust whatever needs adjusting. Take the breath you need to take. The second revelation is about to begin. Here is the second revelation. Your becoming has a frequency. The new self that is arriving on this Sunday is not just a spiritual reality, it is also, literally, a different operating state of your brain. The Chayil that is breaking the surface today does not just live in the unseen layer of your spirit. It also has a measurable, observable, biological expression in the most concrete part of you, which is the brain inside your skull. And the day the spiritual Chayil becomes visible is the same day the neurological state begins to express itself differently in your daily life. I want you to receive that slowly, because it is going to do work in you. Most chosen ones have been raised inside spiritual traditions that treat the body as separate from the spirit. The teaching has often been that the spiritual is one layer and the physical is another. and the two are not deeply connected. That teaching is incomplete. The truth is that the spirit shapes the body. The deepest spiritual realities express themselves through specific changes in the brain, the nervous system, and the way the body holds itself in space. The unseen layer is not floating somewhere apart from your body. The unseen layer lives in the chemistry, the wiring, and the frequency of the very organism you woke up inside of this morning. So, when I tell you that the becoming has been happening in the unseen layer, I am telling you that the becoming has been happening in your brain. The wilderness years did not just rearrange your soul. They rearranged your neural architecture. The seasons of silence did not just deepen your prayer life. They reorganized the way your synapses fire. The releasing of the false costumes did not just change who you are spiritually. It changed which networks in your brain dominate and which ones recede. All of that has been going on for years. None of it has been visible to you, and all of it is now coming online in a way that you can finally feel. I hear the Spirit saying this directly to you in this hour, and I want you to receive it with both ears. I have been forming you in the silence. And what I have been forming has weight, it has frequency, it has a measurable presence in your body. The shifts you cannot explain are not imaginary. They are biological. The clarity you have been feeling at 3 in the morning is the clarity of a brain reorganizing into the frequency I always intended for you. The peace that does not match your circumstances is the peace of a nervous system finally beginning to align with the version of you I created. Everything I have built in you over these years is now permitted to find its full expression in your body. You are not just becoming spiritually, you are becoming bodily. The two are the same, becoming. And today is the day the body begins to operate, the way the Spirit has been preparing it to operate. That is the divine voice. That is the voice underneath this hour, telling you the truth in a language your skeptical mind can finally hold. The body is not separate from the spirit. The neurological is not separate from the spiritual. They are the same becoming, expressed in two simultaneous layers. And the layer that is shifting today is both at once. This second revelation is going to give you a vocabulary you have been missing for years. You have been having experiences that did not have language to fit into. You knew something was happening, but you could not describe it without sounding either too spiritual for the rational people in your life or too rational for the spiritual people in your life. You have been caught between two languages, neither of which was complete. Today, I am going to give you the language that integrates both. By the end of this revelation, you will be able to describe what is happening to you in a way that sounds clear, grounded, and accurate. That language is going to serve you for years. It is going to serve you in conversations with skeptical friends. It is going to serve you in moments of self-doubt. It is going to serve you whenever you need to reconcile the spiritual and the practical inside your own understanding. So, pay close attention. Stay with me. The next several minutes are going to lay foundation that we will build on for the rest of this message. I want to be careful about how I introduce the science to you, because I know that for some of you, the scientific framing might feel like it is coming from a different conversation than the one we have been having. I do not want you to experience whiplash. The science I am about to give you is not separate from the wisdom I have been giving you. It is the same wisdom, expressed in a different language. Both languages are pointing at the same reality. Both languages are describing the same becoming. And once you can hold both languages at the same time, you will have access to a deeper understanding of yourself than either language alone can give you. The bridge between the two languages is the brain. The brain is the meeting place of spirit and matter in the human person. Whatever happens in the unseen layer of your spiritual life eventually expresses itself in the firing patterns of the neurons inside your skull, and the firing patterns of those neurons can be measured. They can be observed. They can be tracked over time. And what scientists have observed in laboratories around the world is that there are certain firing patterns that correspond to specific spiritual states. I know that may sound strange to some of you. Some of you have been taught that science and spirit are enemies, or at least that they live in different rooms with locked doors between them. I am here to tell you that the locked doors are not real. The most rigorous science of the last several decades has been quietly confirming what spiritual traditions have been saying for thousands of years. The science is catching up to the spirit. And when you see how completely the science is confirming the spirit, you will never again feel that you have to choose between the two. The brain has frequencies. The frequencies are measurable. The frequencies correspond to states of consciousness, states of intuition, states of creativity, and yes, states of spiritual awakening. And one of those frequencies, the one I am about to give you, is the frequency of the becoming. Stay with me. I am about to take you into the lab, and what I show you in there is going to confirm everything I have already told you, in the language of spirit. Before I take you into the science, I want to take you to a wisdom figure whose story is going to make the science easier to receive. Because there is a story in Scripture that is the perfect parallel to what is happening to you today, and I want you to have it inside you before I show you the lab. The story is the story of Saul on the road to Damascus. You know the basic shape of this story. A man named Saul was a respected religious authority, trained in the most prestigious school of his tradition, certain of his understanding of God, traveling on the road to Damascus to continue the work he believed God had given him. On the road, he was struck by a light. He fell. A voice spoke to him from the light. The voice said, "Why are you persecuting me?" Saul, in that moment, was undone. The man who had been certain about God was suddenly aware that he had been moving in the wrong direction his whole life. He was blinded by the encounter, led into Damascus by his companions, and after 3 days, his sight was restored. He was given a new name, Paul. He went on to become one of the most important figures in the spiritual history of the world. Most people read this story and take it as a story about a sudden conversion. They focus on the moment, on the road. They focus on the dramatic encounter. They focus on the before and after of Saul becoming Paul. And they miss what I want to show you, which is what was happening in the years before the road. Saul did not become Paul on the road. The road was the visible moment. Paul had been forming inside Saul for years, in a layer Saul did not have access to. The encounter on the road was the surfacing of something that had been forming underneath the surface of Saul's life for as long as he had been alive. The encounter on the road was not an interruption of Saul's life. The encounter on the road was the resolution of Saul's life. Everything in his life had been pointing toward that road. The studying he had done in the schools, the intensity of his religious devotion, the seriousness of his pursuit of God, even when his pursuit was misdirected. All of it had been forming the man who would, on the right day, in the right hour, be able to receive the encounter and become who he had been becoming all along. This is the parallel I want you to feel. You have been Saul. You have been going through the years of intensity, the years of pursuit, the years of misdirection that you did not even know was misdirection until it was too late. You have been working in the wrong direction sometimes. You have been holding tightly to versions of God or yourself that did not have the full picture. You have been certain about things that you were going to have to release, and underneath all of that, the version of you that is named Paul has been forming. The version of you that is permitted to step into the new name has been forming. The version of you that knows how to hold what is about to be given to you has been forming. And this Sunday is your road to Damascus. I want you to hear that with the weight it deserves. This Sunday is your road to Damascus. Not metaphorically, not poetically, functionally. This is the day the encounter that has been preparing in the unseen layer becomes visible in the visible layer. This is the day the light arrives. This is the day the voice speaks loudly enough that you can no longer pretend you have not heard it. This is the day the old name begins to fall away and the new name begins to be given. Some of you are going to feel a version of being undone today. That is normal. That is part of the encounter. Saul did not stand up after the encounter and continue his journey unchanged. He fell to the ground. He was blinded for 3 days. He had to sit in his own undoing while the new self was integrated into the body that had been carrying the old self. The blindness was not punishment. The blindness was the body's way of having time to adjust to the change in the unseen layer. He could not see in the visible layer because the visible layer was being recalibrated to match the unseen layer. After 3 days, the sight returned. But the sight that returned was not the same sight he had before. It was the sight of someone who had been changed. Some of you are going to feel a version of that blindness in the next few days. You are going to feel disoriented. You are going to feel that you cannot quite see your life clearly. You are going to feel that things you used to be able to navigate easily have suddenly become unfamiliar. That is not a problem. That is the body recalibrating to the new operating frequency. The disorientation is the integration. Sit with it. Do not rush past it. Do not try to make it go away by forcing the visible layer to look the way it used to look. The visible layer is changing because the unseen layer changed. Let the visible layer change. Let your eyes recalibrate. After a few days, your sight will return, but the sight that returns will be the sight of someone who has been changed. You will see things you did not see before. You will see them with a clarity you did not have before. The blindness is the price of the new sight, and the new sight is the gift. There is one more detail in the Saul story that I want to give you, because this detail is going to land for some of you. After Saul was blinded, he was led into Damascus and stayed in the house of a man named Judas, on a street called Straight. He did not eat, he did not drink, he simply sat. For 3 days, he simply sat with the encounter, integrating it. Some of you have been doing your own version of those 3 days for the last several weeks. You have been quieter than usual. You have been less hungry than usual. You have been moving through your days with a kind of withdrawn presence that the people around you may have noticed without knowing how to name it. That is your Damascus integration period. You have been sitting on the street called Straight in the days between the encounter that began in the unseen layer and the moment the visible layer is about to confirm what the encounter began. Today is the day Ananias arrives at the house. Today is the day someone speaks the new name over you. Today is the day the scales fall and the sight returns. That is the parallel. That is the figure I want you to keep close to you for the rest of this message. Saul on the road, Paul in Damascus, the man who fell down a Pharisee and stood up an apostle, the man whose body was blind for 3 days while his spirit caught up to itself, the man who was given a new name and walked into a life that no one, including himself, could have imagined the morning he set out for Damascus. You are walking the same road today. The road is shorter than his was, because you have already walked the years of formation that prepared you for the encounter. The encounter is at the door. The new name is about to be given. The visible layer is about to register what the unseen layer has been preparing for, as long as you can remember. Now, let me take you into the lab. For the last several decades, neuroscientists at major research universities, places like MIT, Princeton, Harvard, and several other leading research institutions have been mapping the electrical activity of the human brain using a technology called electroencephalography. The shorter name for it is EEG. What an EEG does is measure the electrical signals that the brain produces as it operates, and those signals are organized into different frequency bands, each of which corresponds to a specific kind of mental and spiritual state. Most people who have heard about brain frequencies have heard about a few of them. There is delta, which is the frequency of deep sleep. There is theta, which is the frequency of meditation and dreaming. There is alpha, which is the frequency of relaxed awareness. There is beta, which is the frequency of active thinking. Most people stop there, because those 4 frequencies cover the daily experiences of most human beings. But there is a 5th frequency that is rarely talked about, even though it has been the most important discovery in the field. That frequency is called gamma. Gamma is the highest frequency the brain produces. It operates at a much faster oscillation than any of the other frequencies. And what scientists have discovered over decades of research is that gamma corresponds to the states of consciousness that humans tend to describe as awakening, insight, intuition, peak performance, deep prayer, transcendent experience, and what some traditions call enlightenment. Gamma is the frequency of being most fully alive. Here is what almost no one will tell you, and this is the part I want you to receive carefully. Gamma is not a frequency that you have to develop. Gamma is a frequency you were born with. As a young child, before the systems of the modern world began to shape you, your brain operated naturally in gamma for significant portions of your day. That is why children, before about the age of 7, learn faster than adults, intuit faster than adults, see synchronicities faster than adults, and inhabit a sense of wonder that adults generally lose. Children operate in gamma. Adults rarely do. The difference is not because the adults have somehow lost their gift. The difference is because the adult brain has been trained by the demands of modern life to operate primarily in beta. Beta is the frequency of survival thinking, of busy thinking, of the kind of cognitive work that the modern economy requires. Beta is fine in moderation. Beta is, in fact, necessary for many tasks. But when beta becomes the dominant frequency of an adult brain, the gamma frequency goes quiet. It does not disappear. It simply gets suppressed underneath the dominance of beta. This suppression is what some researchers, including the one I am about to tell you about, have called the decline effect. It is the gradual, almost invisible suppression of the gamma frequency in adults beginning around age 7 and continuing throughout life unless something specific happens to reverse it. Now, I want you to listen carefully, because this is where the science meets the spiritual reality I have been describing to you. The chosen ones, the people who are wired the way you are wired, were born with higher gamma than most people. That is part of why you felt different as a child. That is part of why you saw things other children did not see. That is part of why your inner life was richer, more textured, more full of meaning than the inner lives of the children around you. You were born with extra gamma. The world calls that being gifted. The science calls it elevated, baseline gamma activity. The spirit calls it the Chayil that was placed in you before the foundation of the world. All three are pointing at the same thing. But here is what happens to chosen ones. Because they were born with higher gamma than average, the suppression of gamma during the decline effect is more painful for them than it is for the average person. The gap between the gamma they once had and the gamma they currently have is wider than the gap experienced by people who started with average gamma. So, chosen ones, more than anyone, feel the loss. They feel it as a kind of dimness that descended on their lives. They feel it as a sense that they used to be more alive, used to be more connected, used to have access to a layer of reality that they no longer can quite reach. That feeling is not imaginary. It is the felt experience of suppressed gamma. It is the spiritual cost of the decline effect on a person who was wired for high gamma operation. If you have been carrying that feeling, the feeling that you used to be more alive than you currently are, the feeling that something inside you has been dimmed, you are not making it up. You are accurately perceiving what has happened to your brain. The dimming is real, the suppression is real, and the reactivation is what is being prepared for you in this season. What scientists have discovered in the same labs that mapped the suppression is that gamma can be reactivated. It is not gone. It is dormant. The neural networks that produce gamma are still in your brain, exactly as they were when you were a child. They have simply been overshadowed by the dominance of beta. And when the right conditions are introduced to the brain, gamma comes back online, not slowly, not over years. Sometimes within days. The dormant networks reactivate, and the experience that the person reports during reactivation is identical to the experience that spiritual traditions describe as awakening, transformation, the surfacing of the true self, or to use the word I gave you earlier, Chayil, divine power becoming visible. The reactivation of gamma in the brain is the neurological expression of the Chayil moment of the spirit. I want you to hold those two sentences together, because together they are the most important sentence I am going to give you in this revelation. The reactivation of gamma in the brain is the neurological expression of the Chayil moment of the spirit. They are the same event, described in two languages. The spirit and the brain are not separate. The Chayil that is breaking the surface in your life today is the same phenomenon as the gamma that is being reactivated in your neural networks. They are the same shift, expressed in the language of two different disciplines. And the discipline that has been most thoroughly mapping this shift is the work of one neuroscientist who spent over 34 years studying it. His name is Dr. Robert Lake. I introduced his work briefly in the first part of this message. Now is the time to bring him fully into the conversation. Dr. Lake spent the better part of his career in laboratories at MIT, Princeton, and several other leading research institutions, mapping exactly what happens in the brain when a person undergoes the kind of formation season you have just walked through. He documented the suppression. He documented the dormancy. And he documented, with full EEG verification, the reactivation. He observed over thousands of subjects across decades that the reactivation of gamma corresponded to a specific set of life experiences that subjects reported. They reported sudden clarity in decisions they had been wrestling with for years. They reported synchronicities that they could not have predicted. They reported a return of intuition they had thought they had lost. They reported feeling like themselves again for the first time in decades. These reports were consistent across thousands of people. The pattern was unmistakable. But Dr. Lake did not stop at observation. He spent the second half of his career trying to figure out whether the reactivation could be induced reliably. Could you put a brain into the conditions that produced gamma reactivation, even if the person had not had the lived experiences that traditionally led to it? After years of work, he developed a method. The method is what we will return to shortly. For now, what I want you to know is that the science of what is happening to you today is documented. It is not abstract. It is not poetic. It is something that has been measured, mapped, and verified in some of the most rigorous laboratories on Earth. The Chayil moment you are inside of is also a gamma reactivation event. The two are the same, and the science is on your side. What I just shared with you about gamma is not theoretical. There is a way to access the gamma frequency directly. Dr. Lake spent the second half of his 34-year career building a tool that uses the principles he discovered to reactivate gamma in adult brains that have been suppressed by the decline effect. He compressed his life's work into something that takes 7 minutes to use. The tool is called the Genius Song. It is a digital audio track listened to through headphones that uses brain entrainment technology, the same principle measured in the labs at MIT and Princeton, to gently retrain your brain back into the gamma frequency that was always natural to you. If your spirit is already telling you this is the tool you have been looking for, the link is in the description and the pinned comment below. Do not rush to it. Stay with me for the rest of this message if you want the full context, but if you already know, if your spirit has already confirmed it, the door is open. Now, let me show you what the science actually means for chosen ones, specifically. I want to give you a list of what actually changes in your daily life when gamma reactivates, because this is where the science meets the lived experience, and this is where you are going to recognize yourself most concretely. The first thing that changes is the speed of your decisions. When gamma is suppressed and beta is dominant, decisions take longer than they need to take, because beta thinks through every angle, weighs every option, second guesses every conclusion. Beta is the cautious, deliberative thinking that is good for some kinds of work, but exhausting when it is the only mode you have access to. When gamma comes online, decisions clarify faster. You start to know what to do without having to think it through 12 times. You start to trust the first answer. You start to recognize, as the answer is forming, that the answer is correct. You may have been experiencing some version of this in the last several weeks. You may have made a decision recently that, when you reflected on it, surprised you with how quickly the answer came. That was gamma. That was the frequency reactivating in real time. The second thing that changes is the texture of your intuition. Intuition is not magic. Intuition is the brain pattern matching faster than your conscious thought can keep up with. When gamma is suppressed, the pattern matching is slow and intuition feels weak or absent. When gamma is reactivated, the pattern matching speeds up, and intuition starts to feel like a reliable signal again. You start to know things before they happen. You start to sense things about people before they reveal themselves. You start to notice synchronicities that other people miss. None of that is supernatural in the magical sense. All of it is the natural product of a brain operating at the frequency it was designed to operate at. Some of you have noticed your intuition sharpening over the last several weeks. That sharpening is gamma reactivating. It is not your imagination. It is the data of the brain coming back online. The third thing that changes is your relationship to time. When beta is dominant, time feels rushed. Tasks feel like they are stacking up faster than you can complete them. The day feels short. The week feels short. The year feels short. When gamma comes online, time begins to feel different, not slower, exactly, but more spacious. You begin to notice that you have more time inside of each moment than you used to think you had. You begin to feel less rushed, even when external circumstances have not changed. The same number of hours in the day feels like more, because the quality of your presence inside those hours has expanded. Some of you may have noticed this shift recently. The strange way time has been moving for you is not just a spiritual experience, it is also the neurological signature of gamma reactivation, reorganizing your perception of time. The fourth thing that changes is your access to creativity. When gamma is suppressed, creativity feels labored. You have to push for ideas. You have to grind out solutions. You have to wait for inspiration that takes too long to arrive. When gamma is reactivated, creativity becomes effortless in a specific sense. Ideas start arriving on their own. Connections between unrelated things become visible. Solutions surface before you have consciously articulated the problem. Some chosen ones, after their gamma reactivates, describe an experience of having more ideas than they know what to do with. The challenge is no longer generating ideas. The challenge is selecting which ideas to act on. That is a much better problem than the problem of having no ideas. And that is the problem you are about to have. The fifth thing that changes is your felt sense of being yourself. This is the hardest one to describe, but it is the most important one. When gamma is suppressed, there is a low-grade dissonance underneath your daily experience. You do not feel quite like yourself. If you feel adjacent to yourself, you feel like you are performing a version of yourself that you have learned how to perform, but that does not entirely match what you sense underneath. That dissonance is exhausting. It costs you energy in ways you cannot easily measure. When gamma comes online, the dissonance closes. You begin to feel, for the first time in a long time, like you are actually inhabiting yourself. The performance falls away. The adjacency closes. You walk into rooms feeling like the same person you are when no one is watching, because the difference between your private self and your public self begins to dissolve. That dissolution is the recovery of the integrated self, and it is one of the most relieving experiences a chosen one can have. These are 5 practical implications of gamma reactivation. There are more, but these 5 are the ones that you are most likely to notice in your daily life over the coming weeks, because these 5 are the ones that show up first. And the reason they show up first is that gamma is the frequency that produces them, and gamma is what is being reactivated in you in this season. I want to point out something about all 5 of these implications. None of them require you to do anything new. None of them require you to add a practice to your life. None of them require you to learn a new skill or build a new habit. They simply require the underlying frequency to come back online. And once the frequency is online, the implications express themselves on their own. That is why this is good news. The work is not on top of you, the work is underneath you. The work has, in fact, already been done by the wilderness years. What is being given to you now is the reactivation of the layer that produces all 5 of these experiences naturally. You do not have to manufacture them. They will surface on their own. Let me take you back to Saul on the road for a moment, because there is something about his story that connects directly to the science I just gave you, and I want you to see the connection. When the light hit Saul on the road, what happened to him in his body? He fell. His sight was lost. He could not eat or drink for 3 days. His companions had to lead him by the hand. From a purely neurological standpoint, what was happening to him was a complete reorganization of his nervous system. His brain was being recalibrated. The reason he could not see was that his visual cortex was processing a kind of input it had never processed before. The reason he could not eat was that his entire system was diverting energy to the rewiring that was happening underneath. The reason he had to sit for 3 days was that the integration takes time, even when the encounter is instantaneous. This is what gamma reactivation can look like in extreme cases. The body has to catch up. The body needs time to integrate. And during the integration period, ordinary functions slow down because the system is doing deep work in the background. You are not going to have an experience as dramatic as Saul's. Most chosen ones do not. Most chosen ones experience the gamma reactivation gradually, over a few days or a few weeks, with the integration spread out gently rather than compressed into 3 days. But the same integration is happening to you. The same reorganization. The same recalibration. The forms are different, but the underlying process is the same. And what looks, in Scripture, like a moment of dramatic encounter is actually, in the science, a moment of intense gamma surge that the brain has to integrate over the days that follow. So, if, in the coming days, you experience moments of slowness, moments of needing more rest, moments of feeling like you cannot quite engage with everything you used to engage with, that is not a problem. That is the integration. The body is doing what the body does when the brain has shifted. The body is slowing some functions in order to dedicate energy to the recalibration. Honor it. Do not push through it. Do not try to maintain the same pace you maintained before the shift. The shift is real. The shift requires recovery. Saul sat for 3 days. You may need a few days of slower pace. Take them. They are part of the becoming. Now, I want to show you something about the way the shift expresses itself in the daily texture of your life. Because once gamma comes online, certain patterns appear that I want to give you words for, so you can recognize them as they happen. Every prayer that comes out of your mouth in a different cadence than your old prayers used to use is a gamma signature. The reason your prayers have shifted in tone, in pacing, in the kinds of things you find yourself asking for, is that the brain frequency producing the prayer is no longer the same frequency that produced your old prayers. The cadence change is the neurological evidence of the spiritual shift. You did not choose to pray differently. The new prayer is the natural output of a brain that is operating in gamma. The prayer changed because the brain changed, because the spirit changed. 3 layers, 1 event. Every dream that wakes you with a feeling you cannot name is a gamma signature. Gamma activity during sleep is associated with vivid, lucid, prophetic dream states that the brain in beta cannot produce. The reason your dreams have intensified in the last several weeks is that gamma is increasing during your sleep cycles. The dreams are not random. They are the way the increasing gamma frequency is expressing itself in the part of your daily life that requires the least deliberate effort, which is sleep. Your spirit is using the sleep state to do work that your waking state has been too busy to receive. The dreams are downloads. The downloads are the gamma frequency, speaking the language of images. Every silent moment that suddenly feels sacred is a gamma signature, the capacity to feel ordinary moments as sacred. The moment of light coming through a window, the moment of stillness before a meal, the moment of looking at the face of a person you love and feeling the weight of their being. That capacity belongs to the gamma frequency. Beta cannot feel ordinary moments as sacred. Beta is too busy. Gamma can. And when gamma reactivates, the sacred becomes available everywhere, not just in religious settings. Everywhere. The grocery store can become sacred. A walk to the mailbox can become sacred. A small conversation with a stranger can become sacred. Some of you have been having these moments more often in recent weeks. You did not have language for what was happening. The language is gamma. The language is the recovery of the frequency that lets you feel the sacred in the ordinary. Every conversation that leaves you wondering if you spoke from somewhere new is a gamma signature. There is a particular experience that chosen ones report when their gamma comes online. They find themselves in conversations saying things they did not consciously plan to say. The words come out of them with a clarity and a wisdom that surprises them. They walk away from the conversation wondering where the words came from. The words came from gamma. Gamma has access to a layer of knowing that beta does not have access to. When gamma is dominant in a moment of conversation, the speech that emerges has a different quality than the speech you produce when beta is dominant. You may have been having more of these conversations recently. You may have been catching yourself saying things you did not know you knew. That is, the new self speaking through you. That is, gamma producing speech. That is, the becoming audible in the most intimate way possible, which is in the words that come out of your mouth. These are 4 signatures of gamma reactivation in your daily life: prayer changing, dreams intensifying, sacred moments multiplying, speech surprising you. All 4 are happening to you right now, even if you have not had words for them, and all 4 are going to intensify over the coming weeks as gamma stabilizes as the dominant frequency of your operating state. I want you to feel the dignity of what I just told you. The shifts you have been experiencing are not your imagination. They are the measurable, observable, neurological expressions of a spiritual reality that has been forming in you for years. The science confirms the spirit. The spirit shapes the science. The two are not in competition. They are in conversation. And the conversation is happening inside you right now. But I am not done with you yet, because everything I have given you so far in this revelation still leaves an enormous question unanswered. And the question is, the door into the 3rd revelation, which is the largest one. The question is this: if the becoming has a frequency, and the frequency has been documented, and the science confirms the spirit, then why this Sunday? Why today? Why not a random Tuesday 3 months ago? Why not a different Sunday 2 years from now? There is a reason today specifically is the day. And the reason has to do with a pattern that runs across all of human history, a pattern that includes you in a way you have not yet been told. There is a pattern across history of how God moves chosen ones into their becoming. The pattern is not random. The pattern has timing. The pattern has shape. The pattern has rhythm. And you are inside the pattern right now, but you do not yet know what the pattern is. The third revelation is going to give you the pattern. And once you have the pattern, you will be able to see why this Sunday and not any other Sunday was the right day for you to cross the threshold. The third revelation is the largest one. It is the one that recontextualizes everything I have shown you so far. Because once you can see the pattern, you will see that this is not just your becoming. You are part of a larger movement that has been moving for thousands of years. And the movement has timing, and the timing brought you to today. You are not isolated. You are not random. You are part of a wave. And the wave is cresting in your life right now, on this Sunday, because the wave has been building for as long as there has been creation. So, take a breath here, just one. The hardest part is behind us. The science has been laid down. The spiritual reality has been confirmed. What comes next is the largest layer of all, and it is the layer that is going to make your becoming legible inside the largest possible frame. The third revelation is about to begin. And once you receive it, the rest of this message, the synthesis, the activation, the declaration, will land on you in a way that cannot be unfelt. So stay with me. Adjust whatever needs adjusting. Settle into the place you are sitting in. The deepest layer is coming next. The third revelation is the largest one because it pulls the camera back from your individual life and shows you the larger frame that your becoming is happening inside of. Up until this point, I have been speaking to you about your story, the years you walked, the wilderness you crossed, the gamma frequency that has been quietly preparing to come back online inside you. All of that is true, but all of it is incomplete without the layer I am about to give you, because the layer I am about to give you puts your becoming inside a pattern that is bigger than you, older than you, and more reliable than any private narrative you could construct about your own life. Here is the third truth. This Sunday is not just your becoming. This Sunday is part of a pattern that God has been moving through chosen ones for as long as there has been creation. The pattern is consistent. The pattern is documented. The pattern has happened to every single person across history who has been called into a new identity, and the pattern is happening to you today because you are inside the same lineage of becoming that every other chosen one has been inside of. You are not alone in this. You are not the first. You are part of a wave that has been building for thousands of years, and the wave is cresting in your life right now, on this Sunday, because the wave has been building for as long as there has been creation. I want you to feel the dignity of being inside that wave. For so long, you have been carrying your becoming as if it were a private and possibly imaginary thing. You have been wondering, in the back of your mind, if anyone else has ever felt what you are feeling. You have been wondering if the pattern of your life, the long preparation, the silent formation, the unexpected threshold was unique to you, possibly because you had done something wrong. You have been carrying your story as if it were yours alone, and the carrying has been heavy. The aloneness has been part of the heaviness. But what I am about to show you is going to take that aloneness off you. Because once you can see the pattern, you will see that you are not alone. You have never been alone. The pattern that has been moving through you has moved through every chosen one in human history. The same shape, the same texture, the same timing. And when you see the pattern, you will recognize that what has been happening to you is not random and not isolated. It is the way the unseen layer of reality has always operated when it is moving a person from one identity to another. Let me give you the pattern. Every chosen one in Scripture and beyond has had a marked threshold day, not a slow, gradual transition. A specific day, a specific morning, a moment when the becoming that had been happening in the unseen layer finally crossed into the visible layer, and from that day forward, the person was different than they had been the day before. The day was not chosen by the chosen one. The day was chosen for them. They walked into it without knowing in advance that today was the day. They did not announce it. They did not plan it. They simply woke up that morning carrying a weight they had not carried the day before, and by evening of that day, their lives had split into before and after. I want you to walk through some of these threshold days with me, because you are inside one of them right now, and the company you are in is more dignified than you have allowed yourself to believe. Lazarus had his threshold day on the Sunday. Jesus called him out of the tomb. He did not schedule it. He had no idea that the day was coming. From his perspective, he had been gone for 4 days, and then he was alive again. His sisters did not know the day was coming. The mourners did not know. The community did not know. The day was marked in heaven before it was marked on the earth, and the earth caught up to heaven that morning. Same pattern, same shape. Saul had his threshold day on the road to Damascus. He did not schedule it. He thought he was traveling to continue the work he had been doing. He had no idea that the morning he set out from Jerusalem was the morning that would split his life into before and after. The day was marked in heaven. The earth caught up at noon when the light arrived. Same pattern, same shape. Esther had her threshold day on the morning she walked into the king's chamber to plead for her people. She did not schedule it. The night before, Mordecai had told her that this might be the moment she had been formed for, and she had wrestled with it through the night. By morning, she had decided. She put on the royal robes. Her hands shook as she fastened them. She walked through the courts toward the throne room, knowing that the wrong word, the wrong tone, the wrong moment could cost her her life. She walked through the doors anyway. The day was marked in heaven before she ever knew her name. The earth caught up the morning she crossed the threshold of the king's chamber. Same pattern. Moses had his threshold day at the burning bush. He did not schedule it. He was tending sheep in the wilderness, the way he had been tending sheep for 40 years. And the wilderness had been doing its slow work on him for those 40 years. And one ordinary morning, he saw a bush that was on fire and not consumed. He turned aside to look, and in turning aside, he stepped into the threshold day that had been marked for him before time. The day was marked. The earth caught up. Same pattern. David had his threshold day when Samuel arrived at his father's house with the horn of oil. David did not know Samuel was coming. He was the youngest, out in the field with the sheep, when his father sent for him. He came in covered in field dust, the smallest of his brothers, the one no one had thought to bring in for the prophet's visit. And the moment he walked into the room, Samuel poured the oil over his head. The day was marked. The earth caught up. Same pattern. Mary had her threshold day when the angel arrived. She was a young woman in an ordinary town, and the day began like every other day. And then the angel was there, and the words were spoken, and her life split into before and after in a single moment. The day was marked. The earth caught up. Same pattern. I want you to feel what is being said in the consistency of these stories. Every single one of them woke up that morning the same way they had woken up the morning before. None of them had advance notice of which day it was. None of them had earned it through some specific action they had taken in the previous week. All of them had been forming for years before the threshold day arrived. And on the day the threshold arrived, the formation became visible. The day was always marked in heaven before it was visible on the earth. The earth always caught up. You are inside the same pattern. This Sunday morning, you woke up the same way you have been waking up. You did not know in advance that this was the day. You did not earn it through some specific thing you did this week. You have been forming for years, and on the day your threshold arrived, the formation became visible to you. The day was marked in heaven before it was visible on the earth. The earth is catching up right now, in this hour, in your hearing of this message, in the way you are sitting in your seat, in the way your breath has slowed, in the way the inside of you has been quietly recognizing what I have been telling you all morning. The wave that lifted Lazarus is the wave that is lifting you. The pattern that delivered Saul to the road is the pattern that has delivered you to this Sunday. The same hand that arranged Esther's mourning has arranged yours. The same God who turned Moses aside at the bush has turned you aside at this message. You are not separate from these stories. You are inside them. The same shape, the same timing, the same becoming. Let me take you to one more wisdom figure now, because I want you to sit with her story for longer than the others. There is a reason I have been holding her until this part of the message. Her story is going to land for some of you in a way that nothing else in this hour has landed. Esther. You may know the basic shape of the story. A young Jewish woman, orphaned and raised by her cousin Mordecai, was taken into the king's harem during a season when the king was searching for a new queen. She was selected. She became the queen. And then, several years into her reign, a plot was set in motion that would have led to the destruction of her people. Her cousin, Mordecai, sent her a message, asking her to use her position to plead with the king for the lives of her people. The problem was that approaching the king without being summoned was punishable by death. To go in unsummoned was to risk her life. She wrestled with the decision through the night. By morning, she had made it. She would go in. If she perished, she would perish. But she would not stay silent. Most people read this story and focus on the courage of the moment. They focus on her willingness to risk her life. That part of the story is real, and it is worth honoring. But what I want you to see is something underneath the courage, something most teachers miss when they teach this story. The morning Esther walked toward the throne room, she did not just walk in. She put on the royal robes. The text gives us a small detail that, if you are paying attention, will undo you. She put on royal apparel. She prepared her body for the moment. She took the time to dress as the queen she was. Even though the queen she was had been formed by a series of events that had not asked her permission. She had not chosen to be in the king's harem. She had not chosen to be selected. She had not chosen the formation that put her in proximity to the throne. All of it had been arranged for her by hands she could not see. And on the morning of her threshold, she did not approach the throne as the orphan girl from the village. She approached the throne as the queen the formation had made her. She put on what was already hers. She walked into the room as who she had been becoming all along. Some of you needed to hear that today. For some of you, the formation that has been happening in your life has felt like things being done to you rather than things you were choosing. You did not choose the loss. You did not choose the betrayal. You did not choose the years of waiting. All of it was arranged by hands you could not see. And like Esther, you have been wondering whether you have the right to claim what the formation has been making of you. You have been wondering whether you can walk into the new identity with full authority, or whether you have to apologize for it, soften it, hide it, because you did not earn it the way the world expects identities to be earned. Esther's mourning is the answer to that wondering. She did not earn the queenship through a campaign. She did not earn it through self-promotion. She did not earn it through striving. She received it through the strange and difficult formation of years she had not chosen, and on the morning of her threshold, she did not refuse to wear what the formation had given her. She put on the royal robes. She walked in as the queen she had been becoming. She did not make herself smaller to be more relatable. She did not pretend she was less than she was, so that other people would feel comfortable. She walked in fully as who she had been formed to be, because the formation was real, and the queenship was real, and the threshold day required her to claim what the formation had made her. Today is your morning to put on the royal robes. Today is your morning to walk into your life as the version of you that the formation has been making, without apologizing for that version, without softening it, without making yourself smaller to keep the people around you comfortable. The formation has been real. The new identity is real. And the threshold day requires you to claim what has been made of you. Not arrogantly, not loudly, quietly, with the kind of settled authority that does not need to announce itself. The queen does not have to tell anyone. She is the queen. The queen simply walks in wearing what is hers. There is a phrase from the same passage that I want to put in your mouth, because it is the phrase that summarizes what is happening to you. The phrase is, "For such a time as this." Mordecai said it to Esther. He said, "Who knows but that you have come to royal position for such a time as this?" The implication of the phrase is that the formation she went through was not random. The position she occupied was not accidental. The very shape of her life, including the pieces of it that had hurt the most, had been arranging her to be exactly the right person, in exactly the right place, at exactly the right time, to do exactly the thing that needed to be done, for such a time as this. Some of you have been waiting your whole lives to hear that phrase applied to you. You have been carrying the suspicion, the quiet hope, the half-buried sense that there was a reason you were the way you were. You have not let yourself say it out loud. You have not let yourself fully believe it. The world has not given you permission to believe it. The people around you have not always been able to see what you carry, and so you have kept it private. You have kept it quiet. You have kept it as a possibility you held in reserve in case it turned out to be true. It is true. You are here for such a time as this. The formation was for this. The years were for this. The wilderness was for this. The decline effect that suppressed your gamma was even for this, because the suppression created the conditions in which the reactivation could be the answer. Everything that has happened to you, including the things that hurt the most, has been arranging you to be exactly the right person, in exactly the right place, at exactly the right time, for what is being released into your life beginning today. The phrase is yours to claim. Mordecai's words to Esther are God's words to you on this Sunday morning for such a time as this. Now, let me speak to the obstacle, because what I have been telling you is good news, and good news has obstacles. The biggest obstacle to receiving what is being released today is not external, it is internal. It is a set of inner resistances that have been built up over your years, And those resistances will, if you let them, dilute everything that is being given to you. I want to name them, because the moment you can see them, they lose their grip on you. The first obstacle is past identity attachment. You have been the version of yourself that you have been for a long time. The old self, the one being released today, was not a stranger to you. The old self was someone you knew well. You knew her habits, his patterns, their voice, their default reactions. You may have spent decades inside that self. And even though the self was costly to maintain, it was also familiar. There is a part of you that is going to grieve the old self for longer than you expect. There is a part of you that is going to be tempted, in the coming weeks, to pick up the old self and put it back on like a coat you forgot you owned. The temptation will not be loud. It will be quiet. It will come at moments when the new self feels too unfamiliar to inhabit comfortably. You will reach for the old patterns because the old patterns were known. The known is comforting, even when the known was costly. I am not telling you this to alarm you. I am telling you this so you will recognize the temptation when it comes. When you find yourself 3 days or 3 weeks from now, wanting to slip back into a version of yourself that you know does not fit anymore, that wanting is not a sign that the becoming has failed. That wanting is the predictable echo of decades of attachment to a self that is being released. Let the wanting come. Notice it. Do not act on it. Let it pass. The wanting will get quieter over time. The new self will become familiar. The old self will eventually stop calling. But you have to walk through the calling without answering it. The second obstacle is success, terror. This is the obstacle that almost no one names, but that almost every chosen one feels. Success, terror, is the fear of getting what you have been preparing for and then losing yourself in it. It is the fear of breakthrough. It is the fear of being seen at the level you have been quietly preparing to be seen. It is the strange and counterintuitive fear that what you have been longing for, when it actually arrives, will undo you in ways you cannot yet imagine. You have been carrying success, terror, for years, even if you have not had words for it. It has shown up as procrastination on the things you cared about most. It has shown up as self-sabotage at the moments you were closest to breakthrough. It has shown up as the strange paralysis that descends on you when an opportunity finally aligns and you cannot quite bring yourself to take the next step. None of that is laziness. None of that is moral failure. It is success, terror. It is the part of you that knows the new self is going to require you to operate at a level the old self never operated at, and the old self is afraid of what it will lose in the transition. I want you to hear me on this. The success terror is not weakness, it is wisdom. The people who walk into their breakthroughs without any fear at all are the ones who collapse under the weight of what they were given. The fear you feel is the wisdom of someone who knows the weight of what is coming and is taking it seriously. Your fear is what proves you are ready. The fearless ones are the ones who break. The ones who cross with reverence are the ones who carry it well. So, when the success terror rises in you in the coming weeks, do not interpret it as a sign that you should stop. Interpret it as a sign that you are awake to the magnitude of what you are receiving. Stay with the fear. Move through it slowly. Let it teach you the gravity of the becoming. Then, keep walking. The third obstacle is growth guilt. This is the obstacle that has the most teeth. Growth guilt is the heaviness you feel when you outgrow the people who knew you in the old self. It is the guilt of becoming someone the people in your life did not sign up to know. It is the guilt of pulling away from rooms that used to be home. It is the guilt of not being available the way you used to be available. It is the guilt of saying no to commitments you used to say yes to. It is the guilt of disappointing people whose expectations of you were built around a version of you that is being released. You have been feeling some version of growth guilt for the last several months. You have been wondering if you are becoming selfish. You have been wondering if you are abandoning the people who counted on you. You have been wondering whether the changes inside you are an excuse for not showing up the way you used to show up. They are not. The changes inside you are real, and the changes inside you cannot leave the people around you unchanged. Some people will rise to meet the new you. Some people will not. The ones who rise to meet you will become deeper relationships than they have ever been. The ones who do not will fall away, and their falling away is not your fault. Their falling away is the predictable result of formation that was happening inside you and not inside them. The relationships that depended on you staying the same were never relationships with the real you. They were relationships with the version of you that was performing for their comfort. The growth guilt you have been feeling is the price of becoming yourself. It is a real price, but it is a price that everyone who walks into their becoming pays. So, I want to give you something I want you to hear with your whole self. You are allowed to outgrow the role you played for them. You are allowed to let people meet the new version without explanation. You are allowed to grieve who you were as you become who you are. You are allowed to walk into Sunday without having defended yourself. You are allowed to receive what you did not earn. You are allowed to be permanently changed by an ordinary morning. And you do not owe anyone an apology for the becoming. Read those again in your mind right now. Read them slowly. Each one is a permission you have been waiting for. Each one is a release of guilt that you have been carrying without knowing how to put it down. The guilt is what the obstacle uses to dilute the becoming. The permission is what dissolves the guilt. You have permission. You have always had permission. I am simply giving voice to what was already true. There are other obstacles I could name. There is the doubt pattern, the comparison trap, the perfectionism paralysis. I am not going to walk you through all of them today, because the three I have named are the three that are most active in chosen ones at thresholds like the one you are inside of. The other obstacles will surface in the coming weeks, and when they do, you will have language for them. You will recognize them. You will know that they are not signs that the becoming has failed. They are simply the predictable resistances that every chosen one walks through. Walk through them the way Esther walked through the courts, quietly, with the robes on, with the settled authority of someone who knows what has been formed in them. Before I can show you the deepest layer of all, because I will show you, that is the promise, there is one more thing I need to reveal. And what I am about to reveal is the part that ties everything together. The part that will explain why some chosen ones miss their Sunday and why others walk straight into it. Stay with me through the next few minutes. What comes next is the most important moment of this entire message. Some chosen ones miss their Sunday because they do not recognize that they are inside one. They wake up that morning carrying the weight, and instead of receiving the weight as the marker it is, they explain it away. They tell themselves they are just tired. They tell themselves they are just having a strange day. They tell themselves they will feel better tomorrow. By evening, they have buried what the morning was offering, and by the time they go to sleep, The door that was open for them has quietly closed. They do not know it has closed. They just wake up the next day on the other side of it, and the next opening will not come for another season. Other chosen ones miss their Sunday because they recognize what is happening, but they refuse to claim it. They feel the threshold. They sense the marking. They know in their bones that the day is the day, but somewhere in them, a voice convinces them that they are not ready, not worthy, not the right kind of person to walk through the door. So they hesitate, and the hesitation is enough. The opening does not stay open forever. The opening has a window. The window is the day. And by evening, the window has closed, and the chosen one is left wondering, in the days afterward, what they could have done differently. The answer is that they could have walked through. They could have put on the royal robes. They could have approached the throne. They could have crossed. You are not going to be either of those chosen ones today. You are not going to be the one who does not recognize what is happening, because I am sitting here with you on this Sunday morning, telling you exactly what is happening. The recognition is being given to you in real time. You cannot say, "You did not know." You know. And you are not going to be the one who hesitates, because I am about to give you the deepest truth of all, the truth that makes hesitation impossible, the truth that strips away every last reason you have given yourself for not walking through, the truth that reframes who you are, what is being given to you, and why today specifically is the day. Before this message ends, I am going to speak something over your life that I believe will stay with you long after this Sunday morning. It is not just a prayer, it is a commissioning. Stay with me to the very end, because what I declare in the closing is the seal of everything we are building right now. The declaration is the punctuation. The declaration is what makes the whole thing permanent. So, do not skip ahead. Do not check out. Sit with what is coming, because what is coming is the part that sets the rest of your life on a different trajectory. Let me take you, briefly, into the layer of identity that is going to be revealed to you in the next part of this message. I am not going to give it to you fully yet. I am going to set it up, because the way the deepest layer is given matters. The deepest layer cannot be rushed. It has to land in the right order, and the right order requires that I introduce it now and let you sit with the introduction for a moment before I give you the full revelation. The deepest layer of who you are is not just an identity, it is a function. You are not just becoming someone new. You are becoming someone who serves a specific role that the world needs, that the moment in history needs, that the people around you need, in a way that no other person can serve. Your becoming is not for you alone. It never was. The formation that has been happening in you was not a private project. It was a commissioning of someone who is needed by people who have not yet met you. There are 5 identities that I want to take you through in the next part of this message. Not 5 labels, 5 functions, 5 things that the new self that is arriving today is being released to do in the world. Each one is connected to the others. Each one builds on the wisdom figures we have already walked through. Each one is going to land on you with a weight you may not be ready for, because the weight of being commissioned is heavier than the weight of simply being witnessed. You have been witnessed. Now you are being commissioned. The threshold crosser, the cycle breaker, the light bearer, the truth carrier, the hope restorer. 5 functions, 5 aspects of one becoming, 5 ways. The chosen one you have always been, is being released into the world today. I am not going to unpack any of them yet. Sit with the names. Let them land in you. Some of them will resonate more than others. Some of them you will recognize before I describe them, because the function has been quietly working in you for years, and you have just not had the language for it. The naming is going to give you the language, and the naming is what is coming next. But before I unpack them, I have to give you the deepest truth, the mega revelation, the synthesis. The single sentence that holds everything together, the sentence that recontextualizes everything I have shown you all morning, the sentence that makes hesitation impossible. That sentence is what comes next. So take a breath here. A real one. Not because you need to calm down, because what is coming next is large enough that you want to receive it with your whole self, not just the part of you that has been listening with one ear. There is one truth left that I have been holding since the beginning of this message. And once you hear it, everything I have said so far, the recognition signs, the wilderness teaching, the gamma frequency, the Lazarus moment, the Chayil meaning, the pattern across history, the obstacles, the permissions, the wisdom of Esther, will collapse into a single revelation that will not leave you the same. Stay with me. We are at the door. Here is the deepest truth of all. You are not becoming someone new this Sunday. You are becoming who you have always been, underneath everything that was suppressed. Read that with me one more time, slowly, because the entire message has been building toward this single sentence. You are not becoming someone new this Sunday. You are becoming who you have always been, underneath everything that was suppressed. I want you to feel the weight of what that sentence says, because what it says is that the new self is not new. The new self is the original self. The new self is the version of you that was placed in you before the foundation of the world. The version that was always meant to live this life. The version that the systems of the modern world tried to suppress through the decline effect. The version that the false costumes of childhood tried to bury under their many layers. The version that the wilderness years tried to obscure through the dust of the road. That version was never gone. That version was waiting. And today is the day that version is finally permitted to step forward and operate as the dominant frequency of your life. The first revelation I gave you was that the becoming has already happened in the unseen layer. The second revelation was that the becoming has a frequency, and the frequency is gamma, and the science confirms what the spirit has been telling you. The third revelation was that you are inside a pattern that has moved through every chosen one in human history. All three of those revelations are expressions of this single deepest truth. The unseen layer becoming has already happened because the original self was never gone. It just had to be uncovered. The gamma frequency reactivates because gamma was always your native frequency. It just got suppressed. The pattern across history is consistent because every chosen one across history has gone through the same thing, the recovery of who they always were, underneath what was put on them. You are not stepping into something foreign today. You are stepping into something that has been yours from the beginning. The newness you feel is not the newness of an unfamiliar identity. It is the newness of recognizing yourself for the first time without the layers in the way. Some of you needed years of suppression in order to be ready to recognize the original. If God had simply handed it to you when you were younger, you would not have known what you were holding. You would have wasted it. You would have not known to protect it. You would have not understood its weight. The suppression the wilderness, the decline effect itself, all of it served the function of preparing you to recognize the original self when it was finally permitted to surface. The years were not theft. The years were maturation. The years made you ready to receive what you have always carried. This is the synthesis of everything I have given you. The years were not wasted because the years were producing the readiness for today. The wilderness was not punishment because the wilderness was the path back to the original. The gamma was not lost because gamma was always there underneath the suppression, and what is happening today is that gamma is being released to operate openly. The pattern across history is consistent because every chosen one is doing the same fundamental thing, recovering who they were before what was put on them. Now let me take you into the 5 identities that the original self carries. These are not labels. These are functions. These are the 5 ways the original self serves the world. Every chosen one carries some combination of these 5. Some chosen ones carry all 5 at full intensity. Most carry 2 or 3 at full intensity, and the others at supporting intensity. As I walk you through them, you will recognize which ones live most strongly in you. You will not have to think about it. The recognition will arrive on its own, the way recognition arrives in the body before the mind catches up. The first identity is the threshold crosser. The threshold crosser is the one who is wired to walk through doors that other people are afraid to walk through. The threshold crosser does not seek out thresholds for the sake of drama. The threshold crosser simply finds, again and again across a lifetime, that they are the one in the room who can cross what others cannot. They are the one who leaves the family system that no one else was willing to leave. They are the one who ends the relationship that everyone else was tolerating. They are the one who starts the project that everyone else said was too risky. They are the one who tells the truth that everyone else was holding silently. The threshold crosser is not braver than other people. The threshold crosser is simply built for the function of crossing. The body knows how. The spirit knows how. The crossing happens through them in ways that surprise even themselves. You are a threshold crosser. You have been crossing thresholds for as long as you can remember. You may have been the first in your family to leave home, to go to college, to start a business, to question what was being passed down. You may have been the first in your friend group to walk away from something everyone else was tolerating. You may have been the one in your relationships who named what no one else was naming. You did not always understand why you were the one who had to do these things. You wished, sometimes, that someone else could have done them for you. But the threshold crossing was your function, and the function will not let you put it down, no matter how many times you try. This Sunday is not just a threshold for you to cross. This Sunday is the threshold that activates the threshold crossing function in a new octave. From this Sunday forward, you will cross thresholds with a different ease than you have crossed them before. The crossings that used to cost you everything will cost you less. The crossings will happen faster. The hesitation that has been part of every previous crossing will dissolve because the original self does not hesitate. The original self knows what it is built for, and what it is built for is the crossing. The second identity is the cycle breaker. The cycle breaker is the one who is wired to end patterns that have been running through families, communities, and lineages for generations. The cycle breaker is born into a system that has been doing the same harmful thing in the same harmful way for as long as anyone can remember. And the cycle breaker is the one whose entire life functions as the interruption of that pattern. The cycle breaker does not always know in advance that they are the cycle breaker. They simply find that they cannot do what their parents did, what their grandparents did, what the family did. The cycle breaker tries, sometimes, to fit into the pattern. The pattern rejects them. The pattern cannot tolerate them. The pattern needs them to stop, and they stop it. You are a cycle breaker. You have been breaking cycles your whole life. You may have broken the cycle of silence that ran through your family. You may have broken the cycle of self-abandonment that ran through your gender, or your culture, or your community. You may have broken the cycle of small living that everyone before you accepted. You may have broken the cycle of staying in relationships that were not safe. You may have broken the cycle of religious systems that were not actually about God. The breaking has cost you. It has cost you relationships. It has cost you belonging. It has cost you the comfort of being inside a pattern that everyone around you accepted. You have paid for the breaking, and the paying has been steep. This Sunday is the day the cycle-breaking function shifts into its mature form. From this Sunday forward, you do not break cycles by sheer force of will. You break cycles by the simple act of being who you are. The cycles cannot survive your presence. The patterns cannot withstand your frequency. You will walk into rooms where unhealthy patterns have been operating for decades, and the patterns will start to dissolve simply because you are there. You will not have to argue with them. You will not have to convince anyone of anything. The cycle breaking will happen through your being, not through your effort. That is the mature form of the function. That is what is activating in you today. The third identity is the light bearer. The light bearer is the one who is wired to carry illumination into spaces that have forgotten what light looks like. The light bearer is not someone who simply enjoys being inspiring. The light bearer is someone whose presence in a room makes hidden things visible. The light bearer walks into a meeting and the unspoken dynamics surface. The light bearer enters a relationship and the truths that were being avoided rise to the top. The light bearer does not have to do anything in order for this to happen. The light is intrinsic to who the light bearer is. It radiates out without effort, and what was hidden becomes visible in the radius of the light. You are a light bearer. You have been carrying light into dark spaces your whole life, and you have not always understood why people responded to your presence the way they did. You have walked into rooms and felt the room shift. You have entered conversations and watched people open up in ways they had not opened up to anyone else. You have been told, in different ways across your life, that you have a presence that is hard to describe. You have not always known what to do with the comments. You have sometimes been afraid of the impact your presence has on others because you have not always known whether the impact was good. I want you to receive what I am about to say with both ears. Your light is good. Your light has been good the whole time. The discomfort that some people have felt around you was not because your light was harsh. It was because their patterns were being illuminated by your light, and the patterns did not want to be seen. The light was working correctly. The reaction to the light was not your responsibility. From this Sunday forward, you can stop apologizing for your presence. You can stop dimming yourself in rooms that needed exactly your full radiance. You can walk in as the light bearer you are, and the rooms that respond will respond, and the rooms that cannot respond will release you. And that is the mature operation of the function. The fourth identity is the truth carrier. The truth carrier is the one who is wired to see through illusions, to perceive what is actually happening underneath what is being said, to know things that other people are working hard not to know. The truth carrier does not seek out hidden truths the way an investigator does. The truth carrier simply cannot help seeing them. The truth comes to the truth carrier, whether they want it or not. The truth carrier walks into situations and reads them faster than the people inside them can. The truth carrier hears the words people are saying and also hears the words they are not saying. The truth carrier knows when something is wrong, when something is real, when something is performative, when something is genuine. This is not a gift the truth carrier earned. It is a function they were born with. You are a truth carrier. You have been seeing through things your entire life. You have known when the family story was not the real story. You have known when the relationship was not what it was being presented as. You have known when the spiritual teacher was performing rather than living. You have known when the institution was not what it claimed to be. You have known these things often before anyone else around you knew them, and you have paid a price for the knowing. The price has often been isolation. People do not always want to be around someone who sees through their masks. So you have learned to keep some of what you see private. You have learned to soften the truths you carry, to dilute them, to share them only with the very few people who can hold them. This Sunday is the day you can stop diluting. The truths you carry are not too much. The truths you carry are exactly what the world is asking for in the moment of history we are inside of. From this Sunday forward, you can speak the truths you have been holding privately in the form that is appropriate for the audience without apologizing for the seeing. You can stop pretending you do not know what you know. You can stop performing a smaller awareness in order to make other people comfortable. The truths are yours. The seeing is yours. The function is activating in its mature form, and the mature form means you are equipped to carry the truths without being destabilized by them. The fifth identity is the hope restorer. The hope restorer is the one who is wired to revive what other people have given up on. The hope restorer enters a situation that everyone has decided is hopeless, and somehow the situation begins to shift in their presence. The hope restorer does not generate hope through cheerful talk. The hope restorer carries an unshakable awareness that what looks dead is not always dead, that what looks finished is not always finished, that what looks impossible is not always impossible. The hope restorer has access to a layer of possibility that other people have lost access to, and the access flows out of the hope restorer into the people around them, and the people around them remember that hope was real. You are a hope restorer. You have been restoring hope in people for as long as you have been alive. You may have been the one who held faith in a sibling when no one else in the family did. You may have been the one who refused to give up on a friend who had given up on themselves. You may have been the one who saw potential in a partner that they could not see in themselves. You may have been the one who, in the middle of your own difficult season, somehow still made other people feel that things were going to be okay. The restoration has cost you. You have given hope to people who could not always give it back. You have lifted people who were heavy. You have carried what other people could not carry, and you have wondered, in the silent hours, whether anyone was carrying you. The answer is yes. The carrying that happens for you is the carrying you have not been able to see, because you have been on the giving side of hope for so long. From this Sunday forward, the hope flow becomes mutual. The same energy you have been pouring out is going to be poured back into you in equal measure, sometimes from people, sometimes from sources you cannot name, sometimes from the unseen layer directly. You will not run out anymore. The hope will replenish itself. The function will operate sustainably, the way it was always meant to operate, and you will not have to pretend you are doing well when you are running on empty. The empty will fill on its own. I hear the Spirit speaking these words over your life right now, and I want you to receive them with everything you have. You are the one I called before the calendar was written. You are the one I formed in the wilderness, while the world thought you were lost. You are the one I am calling out of the tomb on this Sunday morning, and the cloth that has been wrapped around you is being unbound right now, in this very hour, by hands you can almost feel but cannot yet see. You are the one I sent here for such a time as this. You are the threshold crosser. You are the cycle breaker. You are the light bearer. You are the truth carrier. You are the hope restorer. This is who I declare you to be. You are committed. You are commissioned. You are crossing. You are released. You are received. You are sent. That is the divine voice. That is the deepest layer, speaking directly to you. In the most personal way it knows how to speak. The declaration has been made. The commissioning has been spoken. And the spoken word is doing the work it was sent to do. In this very moment, in the layer you cannot see, but can feel beginning to settle inside you. Now, I want you to take a breath. Just one. The mega revelation has been delivered. The peak has been reached. The work that needed to happen at the peak has happened. From here, we begin to come down, gently, into the integration. Because what was given at the peak now has to be received in a way that lasts. The rest of this message is going to be about integration, about taking what you have just received and walking it into the rest of your life, so that what was given at the peak does not evaporate by tomorrow afternoon. The integration is the part that most chosen ones miss, because they get high on the peak and forget that the peak is not the destination. The peak is the doorway. The integration is the walk through the rest of the house. I am going to walk you through the integration carefully. I am going to give you the framework for the days ahead. I am going to give you the specific tool that exists in the world to support the gamma reactivation that has begun in you. I am going to bring you into the closing declaration that will seal everything we have built today. All of it is coming. None of it is going to be rushed. But before any of that happens, I want to consolidate what you have received in plain language, so that when you finish this message, you know exactly what you have walked away with. Here is what I want you to walk away knowing, not feeling, knowing. The reason this Sunday will mark a transformation in your life is because the transformation has already been happening in the unseen layer of your life for months. And the unseen layer always moves first. And the visible layer is now beginning to register what was finished long before today. The heaviness you have felt for weeks has been the weight of formation. The strangeness you have been experiencing has been the surfacing of an original self that the wilderness years carefully uncovered. None of what has happened to you has been malfunction. All of it has been preparation. The wilderness was not the absence of God. The wilderness was the most concentrated form of God's presence that you have ever experienced, in the form of formation. And today is the day the formation becomes visible. What is changing on this Sunday is not your circumstances first. What is changing is your operating frequency. Your brain is beginning to run on the gamma state that allows the original self to function in real life. The decline effect that suppressed your gamma has reached its end point. The reactivation is underway. As gamma comes online, decisions clarify, intuition sharpens, time becomes more spacious, creativity flows on its own, and the felt sense of being yourself returns. These are not metaphors. These are the practical, observable, measurable expressions of a brain frequency that has been documented in laboratories at MIT, Princeton, Harvard, and elsewhere for over 30 years. The science confirms the spirit. The spirit is producing the science. The two are the same becoming, expressed in two languages, and both languages are saying the same thing to you on this Sunday morning. And the chosen one this is for is the one who has felt the strangeness of the last several weeks, who has named the grief of years that did not produce visible progress, who has stopped pretending nothing is shifting underneath the surface. If that is you, what comes next in this message is the practical structure I have been building toward for the last several hours, the framework for the 7 days that begin tonight, the specific tool that exists to support the gamma reactivation that has already begun in you, the activation that will let you feel the new operating state in your body before you finish this message, and the declaration that will seal what has been declared today, so that the seal lasts long after the message has ended. That is the consolidation. That is what you have walked away with so far. The unseen layer formation has finished. The visible layer expression has begun. The gamma reactivation is in process. The 5 functions of the original self have been named over your life. The declaration has been made. And what comes next is the practical structure for walking everything you have received into the days ahead. Remember earlier when I introduced you to the Genius song? Now it is time to walk through exactly what it does, why Dr. Lake built it, and why it matters specifically in the days that begin tonight. I want to talk to you about who this tool is built for, because if I do not say this clearly, you will not understand why I am bringing it back into the conversation now. This tool is not built for everyone. It is built for chosen ones who were born with higher gamma than average. It is built for people whose lives have included a wilderness season that suppressed their original frequency. It is built for those who have felt, for a long time, that they used to be more alive than they currently are, that the gap between who they were as children and who they are as adults is wider than the gap most people experience, that the dimming has been more painful for them than the people around them seem to understand. If that description fits you, this tool was built with you specifically in mind. If it does not fit you, you would not have stayed through this message to this point. The fit is what kept you here. The fit is what brought you to this conversation. And the fit is what makes the next few minutes worth listening to. There is a story I want to tell you about a man who used this tool, because his story is going to land for some of you in a way that no abstract description can. His name does not matter. What matters is the shape of his life. He was a man in his early 50s, a provider, someone who had spent decades being the steady one for his family, the dependable one at his work, the person other people turned to when something needed to be carried. About 2 years before he found the Genius song, he had been laid off from his job in a quiet corporate restructuring, and he had not been able to find another role at the level he had been operating at. He went on interviews. He prepared carefully, but something was off. He told me, when I spoke with him, that he had walked into every interview feeling like his mind was wrapped in fog. The words came out slower than they used to. The sharpness he had counted on for 30 years was not there. He could feel the people across the table sensing the dimness, even when they could not name it. He had started to wonder if something neurological was happening. He had been to doctors. The doctors found nothing. What was happening was that the long stretch of unemployment, combined with the chronic stress of being the family provider in a season of no provision, had pushed his brain into a deep beta-dominant state. The beta-dominance had suppressed his gamma to a level that almost no chosen one ever recovers from on their own. The fog was real. The dimness was real. He was not imagining it. He started using the genius song. The first session, he felt a small shift, but he was skeptical. By day 11, he was offered a position that was higher than the one he had been laid off from. He told me, when we spoke later, that the change he felt was not in his resume. The resume had not changed. What had changed was inside him. The fog had lifted. The clarity had returned. The version of him that had been capable of the higher position had finally been allowed to come back online because his gamma had been allowed to come back online. I am telling you his story because his becoming had a measurable trigger. So can yours. The tool exists. The science is real. The pattern of his recovery is the pattern that is available to anyone whose gamma has been suppressed in the way his was, in the way yours has been. 18,366 chosen ones have used this tool, and less than 4% have requested refunds within the 90-day guarantee window. The vast majority have continued to use it long past that window because the change it produces is the change they had been longing for through years of dimness. Let me tell you what the science actually says about why this works. Stay with me. What I am about to share is the difference between hoping for the new self and walking into the rest of your life, prepared to operate in the frequency the new self requires. The data from over 34 years of brain mapping at MIT, Princeton, and several other leading research institutions confirms what Dr. Lake observed across thousands of subjects. The suppression of gamma in adult brains is not permanent. It is reversible, it is measurable, and it reactivates within sessions, not years, when the brain is given the right input. Dr. Lake spent the second half of his career searching for the simplest, most reliable way to deliver that input to a person who could not afford to spend years in monasteries or laboratories trying to recover what was always theirs to begin with. What he created is the audio track I have been telling you about. It is 7 minutes. It uses brain entrainment technology, the same principle the labs were measuring, to gently retrain the brain back into the gamma frequency that was always natural to it. There is no meditation required. There is no mantra. There is no posture you have to master. You sit, you listen, and the technology does what the technology was designed to do. I want to acknowledge something before we go further. I know what you might be thinking. You have tried things before. You have tried meditation apps. You have tried wellness programs. You have tried spiritual practices that promised one thing and delivered another. So, when I tell you about a tool that does something the other tools could not do, the first reaction in your mind is the reaction of someone who has been disappointed too many times to trust easily. I respect that reaction. I am not asking you to override it. I am asking you to notice the difference in mechanism, because the mechanism is what matters. Meditation, yoga, healing sounds, spiritual practices, all of them require your brain to do the work of changing itself from the inside. The brain has to find its own way to the gamma state through sustained practice over months or years. That works for some people. It does not work for most chosen ones whose gamma has been deeply suppressed, because deeply suppressed gamma cannot easily climb out on its own. Brain entrainment is different. Brain entrainment delivers the gamma frequency to the brain from the outside, and the brain naturally synchronizes to the input. You are not trying to produce gamma through effort. You are receiving gamma through entrainment. That is the mechanical difference. That is why this works where the other things did not. The principle is not new. The principle has been used in clinical settings for decades. What is new is that Dr. Lake compressed it into something accessible, affordable, and short enough to use daily. I also know that some of you are thinking that what I am describing sounds too good to be true. I respect that instinct as well. The instinct is the wisdom of someone who has been smart enough to learn from disappointment. But I want you to notice that what I am describing is not a claim. It is data. The EEG measurements are not a salesperson's promise. They are objective recordings made in laboratories under controlled conditions. The 18,366 users are not a testimonial. They are a number you can verify. The under 4% refund rate is not a marketing line. It is what happens when you put a real product in the hands of real people and watch what they do. The shift from belief to data is what I want for you. You do not have to believe me. You only have to look at what has been documented. And then there is the part of this conversation I never want to disrespect, which is the price. $39 is not a small amount of money to many of you. I would never speak as if it were. I have spoken with too many of you over the years to ever speak about money in a way that minimizes what it costs you. So, before I tell you anything about price, I want to acknowledge the weight of the decision. For some of you, $39 is genuinely a careful decision. It deserves to be a careful decision. I would rather you be careful than careless. So, sit with the careful part of yourself for a moment, and then let me give you the actual structure of the price, so that whatever decision you can make it with full information. Let me tell you the full story of what the Genius song actually does, what comes with it, and why $39 is the only price you will see if you use the link I have set aside for you. For most chosen ones who have tried to reactivate the kind of clarity, intuition, and presence we have been talking about, the existing options have not worked very well. Meditation apps cost about $15 a month, every month, for years, and the results are slow and uncertain. Online mindfulness courses run $100 to $200 and require weeks of disciplined practice to even begin to feel a shift. A weekend spiritual retreat can cost $400 to $800 and give you a peak experience that fades within 10 days of returning to ordinary life. A single session with a therapist who specializes in this kind of work runs about $150 and addresses the symptoms, but rarely the underlying frequency. At the professional end, there are biofeedback clinics that charge $300 per session, and most chosen ones need many sessions over many weeks to see measurable change. None of these options target the gamma frequency. Specifically, none of them work the way Dr. Lake's tool works. They are all real options, and they have helped some people, but they are not what the Genius song is. Dr. Lake compressed 34 years of his life's work into a 7-minute audio track. He could have priced it at the level the science supports. He could have priced it at the level of a weekend retreat. He could have priced it at the level of multiple therapy sessions, because the work it does is the work multiple therapy sessions cannot do. The original price he set was $49, which is already significantly less than any of the alternatives. But for chosen ones who find this work through this kind of message, for those whose spirit recognized the door before their mind could explain it, he set aside a price of $39. That price is not available on Amazon. It is not available on any other platform. It is the price he reserved for those who came through this specific kind of awakening because his work was always meant for chosen ones first, and the path to chosen ones runs through messages like this one. The $39 is one time. There is no subscription. There is no recurring fee. You pay once, and the audio track is yours forever. Along with the audio track, 4 bonuses come with the purchase, all of them included for free. The first is a track called Genius Child, valued at $19. It is a 6-minute audio calibrated for the brains of young children before the decline effect has fully taken hold. Some chosen ones use it for their own children or grandchildren as a way of preserving in the next generation what was suppressed in their own. The second is a digital copy of a classic book valued at $20 that was the original source of inspiration for the popular work known as The Secret. The book itself is rarely read in our generation, even though it is the actual source of the principles. The third is a guided visualization track valued at $29 that walks you through 4 life domains: financial, relational, physical, and emotional, using the gamma state to anchor changes that talk-based visualization cannot anchor. The fourth is an infographic valued at $12 that distills the 5 daily habits of chosen ones who maintain gamma reactivation long-term. Together, those bonuses total $80 in value, included free with the purchase of the $39 audio track. And then there is the guarantee, which I want to describe carefully because it is the part that takes the financial risk away from the decision. You have 90 days from the date of purchase to test the audio track. If, at any point in those 90 days, you decide it is not for you, you email Dr. Lake's team and you receive a full refund of the $39, no questions asked, no conditions, no pressure, and the part that some of you will not believe, until you hear it twice, even if you request the refund, you keep all 4 bonuses. The $80 in bonuses are yours, regardless of what you decide about the audio track. The structure was designed to make sure that the only thing standing between you and trying it would be your own willingness. The financial risk is 0. The only risk is the risk of not trying. I want to say something about urgency, because I do not want to manipulate you into a fast decision. The urgency I want to invite you into is not the urgency of fake scarcity. It is the urgency of real cost. Every day that gamma stays suppressed in your brain is a day you operate below the frequency you were built for. Every day below your frequency is a day where decisions take longer than they need to take, where intuition stays quieter than it should be, where the relationships in your life cannot be experienced at the depth they could be experienced at, where the prayers come out of a frequency that is not the prayer frequency the original self produces. The cost of waiting is real. It is not dramatic. It is not announced. It is the slow tax of not operating at your native state. You have been paying that tax for years. The longer you pay it, the heavier the cost gets, in ways that are difficult to quantify, but easy to feel. There is also the version of you that lives on the other side of the gamma reactivation, looking back at this Sunday morning. That version of you is not theoretical. That version of you is the one that the unseen layer has been forming all along. And that version has a perspective on this moment that you do not yet have. From that perspective, this Sunday is the day you either began to walk in your native frequency or postponed walking in it for another season. The version of you on the other side is not pressuring you. The version of you on the other side simply remembers what you decided. Whatever you decide, you will live with the memory of having decided. The decision does not have to be perfect. It only has to be honest. Listen to what is honest in you and trust that. The first step is the only step that matters today. Before I send you to the place where the decision can be acted on, I want to note something about Dr. Lake's larger work. The Genius Song is the entry point into a sequence of phases that Dr. Lake mapped over his 34 years. Every chosen one begins here. The reason every chosen one begins here is that the gamma reactivation has to stabilize before the deeper phases of restoration can be entered. You cannot skip the first phase. The system itself does not let you. The audio track is the foundation. What comes after? The foundation reveals itself when the foundation has taken hold. In the order, Dr. Lake's body of work has shown to be the natural order. Some chosen ones, after the Genius Song has stabilized, find their attention drawn to a separate part of his work known as the youthful brain, which extends the cognitive maintenance side of what he built. That is a conversation for after the foundation is laid. For now, today, the foundation is what is being offered. The rest will reveal itself in its time. I also want to protect you from something. There are sites on the internet that imitate the name of this product, that try to capture the search traffic of people who heard about it and went looking. Those sites do not have the brain entrainment technology. Those sites do not have the 4 bonuses. Those sites do not have the 90-day guarantee. Some of them are scams. Some of them are simply imitators, selling ordinary audio tracks under a name that has nothing to do with what Dr. Lake built. The only way to receive the original, the actual technology, the actual bonuses, the actual guarantee, is through the link in the description and the pinned comment below this video. Do not search for it on Amazon. Do not search for it on any general platform. The original is reserved for those who come through here. I want to give you a quiet moment now, before I tell you where to find the link, because I do not want this to become a transaction. I want it to be a decision made from the right place inside you. So just for a few seconds, take one breath and let yourself notice what is true in you right now. Not what you should feel, what is actually true. There is a part of you that already knows whether this is the day, and there is no one in the world better qualified than that part of you to make this decision. So let that part be the one that decides. Whatever it decides, that is the right decision for you, and I trust it. If your spirit is saying yes, and only if your spirit is saying yes. The link is in the description and the pinned comment below this video. Click the link, follow the simple checkout, and the audio track and the 4 bonuses will be delivered to your email within minutes. That is the Genius Song. That is the door for those who are ready to walk through it today. Now, for those who have decided, and for those who are still listening, there is something I need to teach you about the days between now and the next Sunday that does not require any tool, but the willingness to do less. I want to give you a framework I have been holding all morning, because the framework is what you will use to walk what has been given today into the rest of your week. Most chosen ones, after a Sunday like this one, default to wanting to add things to their lives. They want to add a new practice. They want to add a new discipline. They want to add a new commitment. The instinct is understandable, but it is the wrong instinct. What this Sunday calls for is the opposite of adding. What this Sunday calls for is stripping. Stripping is what allows the new self to come forward without competition from the old. So, I want to give you the 7-day stripping framework. 1 thing per day for the next 7 days. Each thing carefully chosen to support the integration. For day 1, today, I want you to strip a relationship pattern. Pick one person in your life, just one, that you have been performing for, not abandoning them, not having a confrontation with them. Just commit in your mind that the very next interaction you have with that person will happen without performance. You will say what is true. You will not soften yourself to manage their reaction. You will not perform the version of yourself they are used to. You will simply be present as the new self for that single interaction, that is, day one. For day two, tomorrow, I want you to strip a possession. Pick one item in your home that represents the old identity. It can be small. It can be something no one but you would notice. A piece of clothing that belonged to who you used to be. A book that was relevant to a season that has ended. An object that has been on a shelf for years and does not belong to who you are now. Take it out of your space. Give it away, donate it, or set it aside for someone who will receive it. The point is not the volume of decluttering. The point is the symbolic act of removing one physical anchor of the old self from your environment. For day three, I want you to strip a digital habit. Identify one app, one feed, one digital pattern that pulls you back into the old frequency every time you engage with it. Remove it. Delete the app. Unfollow the feed. Set a boundary around the time you spend with the pattern, just one. You are not doing a digital detox. You are removing one specific stream of input that competes with the gamma reactivation that has begun in you. For day four, I want you to strip a self-explanation. There is a situation in your life, probably one you can think of right now, where you have been over-explaining yourself, apologizing for who you are, defending choices that need no defense, justifying boundaries that need no justification. For one day, in one specific situation, refuse to explain yourself. Say the thing that is true and let it stand without elaboration. The silence after the statement will be uncomfortable for a moment. Sit in the discomfort. The discomfort is the old pattern dying. For day five, I want you to strip a future anxiety. There is a worst-case scenario you have been rehearsing in your mind, possibly for months, that you have not consciously chosen to rehearse. The scenario plays in the background while you do other things. It loops without your permission. For one day, every time the scenario starts to play, gently interrupt it and replace it with the simple sentence, "The becoming has already happened," then return to whatever you were doing. You are not denying that hard things might come. You are refusing to live there in advance. For day six, I want you to strip a past regret loop. There is a specific mistake you have replayed in different forms for longer than is helpful. Pick the one that comes to mind most easily. Out loud, in a moment when no one else can hear you, say to yourself, "I forgive myself for that." Say it once. Mean it as much as you can. Then let it go. You will not have to do this forever. The one act of release will start a process that completes itself over time. For day seven, the next Sunday, I want you to strip silence, speak the new identity out loud for the first time to one person, in a way that is appropriate to the relationship. You do not have to use the exact language I gave you today. Speak in your own words, but name something true about who you have become, to one person who can receive the naming. The first naming out loud completes the integration that began on this Sunday morning. That is the 7-day stripping framework. One thing per day, done in order, and walked through gently, without striving, without forcing the changes faster than the changes want to come. By the time next Sunday arrives, The integration will be substantially complete, and the new self will have stabilized into the operating frequency it was always meant to operate at. Now, I want to take you, for the next several minutes, into a quiet integration that will let you feel the new operating state in your body before this message ends. Stay where you are sitting. Do not move. There is nothing to do except follow the simple instructions I am about to give you. In your mind, not out loud, I want you to walk into a Sunday morning that has already happened. Not this morning, the morning at the end of the 7 days, the morning after the stripping is complete. Picture yourself waking up on that Sunday. The light is the same kind of Sunday morning light. The room is the same. The breath in your chest is the same, but the inside of you is different. The fog that was there a week ago is not there. The dimness has lifted. The clarity is steady. The presence is quiet, but full. See yourself rising from the bed. Notice that the body moves with a different ease than it has moved with for years. Notice that the mind is quieter than it has been. Notice that the prayer that comes out of your mouth in the first moments of the morning has a different cadence than the prayers you have been praying. Hold that image in your mind for a full minute. Do not rush it. Just let yourself live for 60 seconds inside the version of you that exists at the end of the integration. Stay there. Notice what it feels like to be that version of you. Notice the steadiness. Notice the absence of strain. Notice that the version on the other side of the integration is not someone you have to become. It is someone you already are, simply allowed to operate openly. Now, gently, return to the room you are in. The version on the other side does not go anywhere. The version on the other side is still here, waiting for the integration to complete, but the version on the other side has been touched by you in this moment. The touch is the rehearsal. This Sunday is real. The Sunday at the end of the 7 days is also real. Both are yours. I want to acknowledge something gently as we move toward the closing. Some chosen ones, after this Sunday, are going to find their attention drawn to deeper layers of what we have been describing all morning. The gamma reactivation, once stable, opens conversations that the suppressed brain could not have. Conversations about purpose, about destiny, about the deepest layer of what you were sent here to do. Some of you, weeks or months from now, will find yourselves drawn into a separate piece of Dr. Lake's work that lives in the territory of destiny, what some of his materials call destiny's embrace. That is a conversation for after the becoming has stabilized. For now, today, this Sunday, we are at the foundation. The foundation is what matters. The deeper conversations come when the foundation has held. Trust the order. The order is wise. Now, for what I promised you at the very beginning of this message, what I am about to declare over your life is the part that will stay with you long after this Sunday morning. Take one breath. The next part is sacred. I want you to settle for a moment. Just settle. There is no rush in what comes next, because what comes next is not a teaching, it is a witnessing. It is the quiet space that closes a sacred hour. So, before I say anything else, I want to acknowledge what you have just walked through. You have been here for a long time. You have been listening with a depth of attention that most people do not give to anything in their daily lives. You have been allowing a stranger to speak into the most private layer of your inner life. And the part of you that has been listening The deepest part has been receiving what was being given without filtering it through the cynicism that the world has trained you to use as a default. That receiving is its own act of courage. The willingness to be witnessed is a rare thing in our generation. You did it today. I do not take that lightly. What I want to do in this closing is hold a quiet space with you for the next several minutes. I am not going to add new teaching. I am not going to introduce new ideas. I am simply going to walk through what has been given today in the language of a closing, so that what was given can settle into the place where it lives long-term. The closing is not a summary. The closing is a sealing. And the sealing is the thing that makes what happened today permanent rather than temporary. I want to acknowledge, quietly, the one who arranged this hour, the source of the message that has been given, the hand that brought you to this Sunday and brought this Sunday to you, the presence that has been holding the space underneath everything I have been speaking. That presence has been here the whole time. The presence has been the reason any of this could land the way it did. So before I do anything else, I want to simply acknowledge that the work of this hour has not been mine. It has been the work of the one who knew the texture of your last several months better than you knew it yourself, and who arranged for these specific words to be spoken on this specific Sunday morning to the chosen one you are. Thank you for the long preparation that brought us here. Thank you for the wilderness years that produced the readiness. Thank you for the silent formation that nobody saw but you. Thank you for the way the unseen layer has been moving while the visible layer was quiet. Thank you for the wisdom figures who made the pattern legible. Thank you for the science that confirmed what the Spirit has been saying all along. Thank you for the body of work that someone spent 34 years assembling so that this hour could have ground to stand on. Thank you for the chosen one listening to me right now. Thank you for the version of them that has been waiting underneath, and thank you for releasing that version on this morning of all mornings. I want to acknowledge something else, because the chosen one listening needs to hear this said out loud. The source sees every weight you have carried in the last several months. Every hour of sleep that did not come when you needed it. Every conversation that drained you when you should have been able to find rest in it. Every small grief that you absorbed without telling anyone. Every prayer that came out of you in the dark without a witness. Every dream that woke you up without explanation. Every silent question that you did not let yourself ask out loud. All of it has been seen. None of it has been forgotten. The seeing has been constant, even in the hours you felt most alone. You were not alone in any of those hours. The seeing was always there. The witnessing was always there. The presence was always there. What is happening today is not the beginning of being seen. It is the visible layer expression of a seeing that has been continuous for as long as you have been alive. Now, I want to do something specific with you, because what I am about to do is the part of the closing that has the most weight. I am going to release some things from your life that have been heavy enough to need a deliberate release. I am going to name them, one by one, and as I name each one, I want you to notice how it feels in the place where you have been holding it. The naming is the unbinding. You do not have to do anything except listen. The work happens through the speaking. I release the version of you that performed for approval. The years of orienting yourself around other people's reactions. The unconscious calibration that you did every time you walked into a room to figure out what version of yourself the room would accept. The exhaustion of carrying a self that was tuned to other people's expectations rather than tuned to who you actually are. That carrying is being put down right now, in this hour, with this naming. You are released from it. The need to perform for approval is released. The frequency of performance is released. The inner radio that was tuned to the approval signal is released. From this Sunday forward, you do not have to perform to be accepted, because the one who matters most has already accepted you, and the rest of the world will catch up in its own time. I release the apologies you owed. No one. The years of saying sorry for things that were not your fault. The reflexive softening of yourself in conversations where softening was not required. The constant work of making yourself smaller so that other people would feel less threatened by your presence. That apologizing is being released right now. You owe no one an apology for being who you are. You owe no one an apology for the gifts you carry. You owe no one an apology for the intensity, the depth, the perceptiveness, the truth-telling, the seeing, the becoming. None of those are offenses. None of them require apology. The reflex of apology is being unbound from your spirit in this moment, so that the next time you would have apologized for yourself, the apology will not come, and the silence in its place will be the space where the new self lives. I release the relationships that required you to stay small, the friendships that could not hold the new you, the family dynamics that depended on a version of you that is being released, the professional connections that valued the dimmed version of your gifts. All of those relationships are being released from your hand. Some of them will rise to meet the new you. Some of them will fall away. You do not have to choose which ones do which. The releasing simply opens the space. The space is what allows the right relationships to come forward, and what allows the relationships that cannot come forward to dissolve quietly. You do not have to do the work of dissolving them. The releasing does the work for you. I release the timing that was never yours, the schedule you tried to keep up with, the milestones that other people hit at ages you have not hit them at, the sense that you were behind, that you were late, that you were missing the windows. All of that timing belonged to someone else's life. It was never yours. The timing for your life has always been different, and the timing for your life is the timing of today. The pressure to be on someone else's schedule is being released, and the relief of being on your own schedule is being received in its place. I release the identity that suppression built. Every layer of self that was built in response to the decline effect. Every adaptation that the dimmed brain produced, because the dimmed brain was the only brain you had access to. Every coping mechanism that was clever, useful, and not actually you. Every piece of your old operating system that belonged to the suppressed frequency rather than to the gamma frequency that is now coming online. All of it is being released. You do not have to reverse it through effort. You do not have to dismantle it consciously. The releasing dismantles it on its own. The new operating system installs itself underneath the old, and the old quietly fades as the new takes hold. And I release everything that cannot cross the threshold with you. Whatever the wilderness took from you, whatever the formation required, whatever the costumes were, whatever the old patterns demanded, none of it is welcome on the other side of today. None of it has earned passage into the rest of your life. The threshold is selective. The threshold permits what was always meant to come through, and the threshold rejects what was never meant to come further. You do not have to police the threshold. The threshold polices itself. The releasing is the act that lets the threshold do its work. That is the release. That is the unbinding. The cloth that has been wrapped around you is, in this moment, falling away. You can feel it falling, even if you cannot describe what the falling feels like. The falling is real. The unbinding is real. The new self is standing where the old self was standing, and the old self is being honored, thanked, and released. Now, I want to speak something into the new self that is standing there. The new self needs to hear what is being declared over it. So let what comes next sit in your spirit with as much receptivity as you can muster. I call forward the chosen one who has been forming in you for years. I call forward the original self that was placed in you before the foundation of the world. I call forward the threshold crosser, the cycle breaker, the light bearer, the truth carrier, the hope restorer. I call forward the version of you that operates in gamma rather than in beta. I call forward the version of you that knows what it knows without needing to defend the knowing. I call forward the version of you that walks into rooms carrying its own light rather than borrowing light from the room. I call forward the version of you that prays in the new cadence, that dreams in the new texture, that loves with the depth that the suppressed self could not access. I call forward the relationships that match the new frequency, the deeper friendships, the more honest conversations, the communities that can hold the version of you that is finally coming forward. I call forward the opportunities that are aligned with the new self rather than aligned with the old self, the work, the calling, the daily texture of life that the new self was always meant to inhabit. I call forward the provision that the new self needs, not the provision the old self thought it needed, which was always smaller than what was actually required. The provision the new self needs to operate at its full frequency. Material provision, relational provision, spiritual provision, all of it being called forward right now, in this hour, by name, to find you in the days and weeks ahead. I want to speak protection over what is being released today, because what is being released is going to be challenged, and I want you to be ready for the challenges before they arrive. I cover the rising of the new self from every form of self-sabotage that the old self might attempt. The voice that says, "You are not ready, you are not worthy, you are not enough," that voice is being silenced for the days ahead, not forever. The voice will return at some point, because the voice is part of being human. But for the integration period, the voice is being muffled so that the new self has the room to stabilize without the old self's commentary undermining the stabilization. I cover the rising from comparison, from the temptation to measure your becoming against someone else's becoming, from the strange specific pain of seeing other people's lives moving in ways your life is not yet moving. The comparison was a tax on the suppressed brain. The new brain does not need to pay that tax. The protection from comparison is being placed over you in this hour, so that you can walk through the next several weeks without being destabilized by what other people's lives look like from the outside. I cover the rising from doubt, from the hours, sometimes in the middle of the night, when you wonder if today actually changed anything. From the moments when the visible layer has not yet caught up to the unseen layer, and you start to wonder if the unseen layer was real. The doubt is predictable. The doubt is not a sign that the becoming was imaginary. The doubt is the mind taking time to integrate what the spirit already knows. So, when the doubt comes, you will have a covering against it. The covering will hold. Now, I am going to declare something over your life that I want you to hear with everything in you, because what comes next is the peak. What comes next is the seal. What comes next is the part you will remember. So let it land. You are the threshold crosser. You are the cycle breaker. You are the becoming made visible. You are committed. You are commissioned. You are crossing. I declare you released. I declare you received. I declare you sent. You walk into the rest of this Sunday wearing the royal robes of the Queen. The formation has made you. You walk into the rest of this week as the one who has been called for such a time as this. You walk into the rest of your life as the original self that was placed in you before time, finally permitted to operate openly in full daylight without apology. That is who I declare you to be. That is who you are. That is who you have been all along, underneath everything that was suppressed. I want to give you something to hold on to in the hours when this declaration feels far away. There will be hours. The integration is not always linear. There will be moments in the coming weeks when you feel less than what was declared today. Those moments are normal. Those moments are not the truth. The truth is what was declared. The moments are what the body does as it integrates the truth. So when the moments come, return to this declaration. You can play it back. You can read it. You can speak the words to yourself in the mirror. The words have weight. The weight will hold. You are not alone in this. I want you to know that, because some of you have been carrying your becoming as if it were a private and possibly imaginary thing. You are not alone. Right now, all across the world, on this same Sunday morning, chosen ones are walking through this same kind of threshold. The texture is consistent. The pattern is consistent. The shape of the becoming is consistent across every chosen one who is inside it today. You are part of a wave that includes more people than you have ever met, more people than you will ever meet, and the wave is doing its work in all of them at once. Some of them are sitting in their cars. Some of them are at their kitchen tables. Some of them are standing in the early morning light of a window in a country you have never visited. All of them are inside the same Sunday. All of them are receiving the same kind of release, even if the words being spoken to them are different from the words being spoken to you. You are part of something that is bigger than your private life. The becoming is collective, even though it is also intensely personal. And the awareness that you are part of a larger collective will help you sustain what was given today in the weeks when the visible layer is still slow to catch up. Other chosen ones, somewhere in the world, are catching up to today at the same time you are. You are not alone in the catching up. You are not alone in the integration. You are not alone in the strange and wonderful unfamiliarity of inhabiting an original self that has not been openly walked in for years. So when, in the coming days, you find yourself wishing there was someone to talk to about what is happening to you, remember this: there are others. They are walking through the same thing. Some of them, eventually, will find their way to you. Some of you will find your way to them. The community that holds the new self will assemble itself in time. For now, simply know that you are not the only one. The wave is moving. The wave is moving everywhere. I want to close this part of the message with one quiet act. And then I want to give you a few practical things before we say goodbye for the day. The quiet act is this: do not say Amen yet. Sit in this frequency for the next 60 seconds. Do not move. Do not check your phone. Do not let the day pull at you. Just breathe in what has been spoken over you. and let it settle into the place where it lives. The settling is the integration. The settling is what makes the declaration last. So just sit, just breathe. Just let what was given be received fully, in the silence, before the day continues. Stay there. Stay. Now you may say, Amen. In Jesus' name, Amen. The closing is sealed. The declaration has done its work. What was given today is now permanent. I want to give you a few quiet things before we end, because there are a few small acts that will help you steward what was given today, and I would not be honoring you if I did not name them. None of these are things you have to do. They are simply opportunities, if any of them resonate with what is alive in you right now. If something in this message landed with you the way I hope it landed, you might consider, before you scroll away, gently pressing the like button on this video. Not for me, for the chosen one somewhere in the world who needs this message to find them today, the way it found you. The pressing of that small button helps the message reach further into the places where other chosen ones are sitting in their own thresholds, waiting for the words that will let them recognize what is happening to them. Your press is your way of becoming the messenger for someone you will never meet. It costs you nothing, and it gives someone else a chance at the same hour you just received. If this message has felt like one in a series of messages your spirit has been receiving lately, you may want to subscribe to this space, so that the next words being prepared for the seasons ahead can find you when they arrive. There are more thresholds coming for chosen ones in this season. There are more revelations being prepared. The next ones will come when the time is right, and being subscribed is simply the way of staying connected to the stream so that the next message does not have to find you by accident. If your spirit is moved by what was declared over your life today, if you want to mark today in a way that you will remember when the integration is complete, you can type in the comments below the simple phrase, I am crossing. 3 words. Type them as a way of sealing what was sealed in you today. The typing is a small act, but small acts at sacred moments have weight. The act of typing those 3 words puts language to the threshold. The language lives where you typed it, and you can return to it in the weeks ahead when you want to remember what you committed to on this Sunday. So if it feels right, type the words. They are yours to claim. There is one more thing I want to ask of you, and I want to ask it carefully, because this one matters. If, while I was speaking, someone came to mind, someone specific, not a vague person, but someone you can picture right now, I want you to consider sharing this message with that person. The someone who came to mind is probably someone who has been unusually quiet lately. Someone who has been pulled away from people without explanation. Someone who has stopped asking the questions they used to ask out loud. Someone who has been carrying a weight they cannot name to the people in their life. Someone who, if they received this message today, would know in the way you know that the message was for them. That someone is on a threshold of their own. They may not know it yet. They may have woken up this morning the same way you woke up this morning, with the strange weight, the slow movements, the inexplicable sense that something was different. And they may not have in their daily life anyone who can speak to what is happening in them. But you can. By sharing this message with them, you become the messenger they have been waiting for. You become the one who hands them the door. You do not have to write a long explanation. You do not have to explain why you are sending it. You can simply send it. They will know. The chosen ones recognize each other when the moment arrives, and the sharing is one of the ways the recognition happens. So, if someone came to mind, send it. The sending is part of the becoming. The new self is built for this kind of carrying. The carrying is part of the function. For those who, while I was speaking, felt the spirit pulling toward the resource, I described the tool that Dr. Lake spent 34 years building. The link is in the description and the pinned comment below. I have written a longer explanation of what the tool does and how it fits into what was given today in the pinned comment. If you want the full breakdown, that is where to find it. The link to access it is also there. The decision about whether to act on it is yours, and yours alone. There is no pressure from me in either direction. I am simply telling you where the door is, and what is on the other side of the door, in case you are ready to walk through it today. I want to give you one last thing before we close. What you just received was not a video, it was a commissioning. Treat it accordingly. The casual relationship most people have with the content they consume online is not the right relationship for what was given today. So, I want to invite you, in the days ahead, to return to this message at the moments when you need to remember what was declared. You can play it again on Tuesday morning when the visible layer feels slow. You can play it on Friday afternoon when the success terror rises. You can play it on the Sunday at the end of the 7 days when the integration completes. The message will be here. The declaration will still hold. The witnessing will still witness. So return when you need to return. There is no shame in needing to hear something more than once. Some words have to be received in layers, and the layers complete themselves over time. The new self that walked through the door this morning is now standing in the light of this Sunday, wearing the royal robes, ready for what is being released. Walk into the rest of the day with that posture. Walk into the rest of the week with that posture. Walk into the rest of your life with that posture. The posture is yours. The robes are yours. The threshold has been crossed. The declaration has been spoken. The seal has been placed. I will see you on the other side of the integration. I will see you in the conversations that are coming. I will see you when the visible layer catches up to what the unseen layer has finished. Walk into your Sunday, chosen one. Walk forward. This is the day you have been forming for.